Hey, good evening, friends. Welcome. We are live from Studio 5, just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. And we are getting started with another one of our Slant Alpha adventures. Slant Golf is our official code tonight, as we are going to be flying in the JustFlight BAe-146. We used to fly this with only old-school radio-based navigation, but lately we've been flying it with that UNS-1, very primitive flight management system, so we feel like it's kind of a compromise. It gives us RNAV capability without giving us too much of a modern flair. But yeah, it does technically give us RNAV capability, so it is Slant Golf and not Slant Alpha. The reason it is not Slant Lima is that this aircraft never was technically certified as RVSM capable, so we are limited to flight level 280 or lower. Now, it does meet the basic equipment requirements as far as I'm aware. It's got independent captain side and first officer altimeters and pitot-static systems and an altitude hold mode in the autopilot. But there's certification requirements that it never really did meet in the real world, and I think it was just because these aircraft were being phased out when RVSM as a thing was being phased in, so it just never got there. That's my understanding anyway. I don't know the history of it too well, but I do know that when I fly this on the network, I do fly it as though it is not RVSM certified, so we'll stay at flight level 280 and lower, and it really doesn't. It has the capability of cruising at like 31, but these four engines are tiny underpowered engines, and it really does not have a lot of capability beyond that. So 280 will do just fine. We are flying in a dual Friday night ops event, although they've deliberately made these on the opposite side of the U.S. from each other. Spring in Seattle and Love is in the Air, Newark, JFK, LaGuardia. Those are the two events that are going on simultaneously this evening. VATUSA.net if you ever want to know what's going on event-wise in the U.S. on VATSIM. Under Pilot Tools, Events Calendar. And you can see for the 20th of February, the New York Friday Night Ops, Love is in the Air, and then Spring in Seattle is the other one. We are going to be emulating two flights that are in the real world flown by Horizon Air, which is a regional carrier operating as Alaska. Now, this will be two streams in a row we've been flying as Alaska. I don't actually have a livery for Alaska Airlines in this aircraft because they never flew this. No regional carrier operating as Alaska ever flew this aircraft, so we're going to take a few historical and modern liberties there. Oh, we got an Alaska taking off, Alaska 737 taking off right behind us. That's kind of cool. But yeah, so we don't have a livery for Alaska Airlines in this aircraft, so I just put it in as a Continental Express. That'll be our paint scheme for the evening. However, in our imaginations, this is what we look like. We went ahead and started our Slant Artwork Adventure. Slant Artwork Adventure is an activity where at the beginning of the stream, I put a one-sentence description into ChatGPT to have it create an image that eventually becomes the thumbnail for our YouTube upload of the broadcast. And I just started with something that's, roughly apropos to whatever it is we're doing that night. And so we had it generate an image of an Alaska Airlines liveried BAe-146. It got it pretty good as far as the aircraft anatomy, flying over the Seattle skyline, which of course it got very well as well, with Mount Rainier visible in the background there, the Space Needle up here in the foreground, and I guess the stadiums are kind of right behind, like they're kind of right in this area here. The football and baseball stadiums are immediately adjacent to one another in the just south of the Space Needle and south of the downtown area. So yeah, not too bad, but that's what we're going to start with tonight. And if you would like to contribute to this by letting me know what you want to add to it or modify about it, you can start by cashing in 500 of those Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. There at the bottom of the chat panel, you've got the Alphabet serial icon that represents those, and then you've got the button next to that tells you how many you have. You can click on that to cash in 500, and that's how you get in the queue. Once I call your name, you can then let me know what you'd like to add to that image or modify about that image. Just a few words, simple sentence. Don't give me an entire paragraph, but just, incrementally add something to that image, and then by the end of the night, it kind of goes off the rails usually in an extremely fun, unhinged way, and ends up becoming the thumbnail for our YouTube broadcast when we upload the stream later on. So that's how that goes, and you're welcome to jump in and join in on that. Speaking of those who have jumped in and joined in, we got Strudel and Bed Dave stopping into the chat saying hi. Good evening, friends. Go ahead and pile onto the plane, choose a seat, and we'll get started. Again, we're replicating two legs that are actually flown by Horizon Air, operating as Alaska's regional service. So we're starting at Boise, Idaho. We're going to go up to Sea-Tac. And then from Sea-Tac, we're going to Redding. Not Jeffrey B's Redding. The other Redding. The Redding that's actually spelled like Redding, like Otis Redding. Redding, California. So that's where we're going to end tonight. All right, let's get underway, guys. We do have Boise approach. We've got Boise Tower. We've got Salt Lake Center. And then, of course, up into Seattle. We've got all kinds of staffing to play with tonight, so we're going to have a night filled with VATSIM ATC, and if we finish the 2 flights in time, we'll end it with VATSIM ATC. All right, and R6 Chavez is stopping in as well. Very good. Good to see you guys. Go ahead, choose your seats, and let's get underway. Let's jump into the aircraft. Back to the briefing. Resume. Let's go ahead and get inside. And then let me make sure. Okay, yes. And is it this lever? This one. Okay, that is the throttle. Okay, very good. We want to uncover that, and then we want to, there's a, yeah, way to move that over there. All right, the other thing I want to do real quick is set up my custom views. I've been having some issues where I haven't had good commands in place to change the custom views. So let's just do that real quick. So there's going to be one. 2 is going to be here. All right, 3 is going to be just kind of in a position where we can easily see the where's the altimeter on that side? That's the other thing we need to be able to do. Okay, so we'll make that 3. And then we'll make this 0. See if we can go a little lower. Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3, 0. I'll do 4. Let's do 4 to look at the tablet. And then let's do 5 to get the lower portion of this upstairs panel. Actually, we can go forward. And then let's go slightly aft and slightly up. Oops. That'll be 8. Okay, so 6, 9, and 7 are not used. But there's 1, 2, 3, 0, 4, 5, and 8. Okay, I'm happy with that. We got King Kong on Seattle Tower. Okay, we can do that. All right. Got it called Space Needle, actually, but knew what you meant. So we're working on that. All right, and let's get underway with the aircraft now. On the yoke, we'll get batteries on and nav lights on. Let's go up top. Let's get logo lights on. The smoking lights on. Cabin emergency lights go to armed. Avionics masters, there's 5 of them. We can get those on. The brake fans can go to auto. Anti-skid system can go on. The spoiler systems, yellow and green, can go on. And then let's go down to the bottom. Let's do some bus ties. Standby. Inverter and generator. APU gen switch is on. Or no, there. The left inner fuel pump is on. Center tank transfer goes to auto. Go ahead and get the APU started. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I knew it had a name, just couldn't have it come to mind. That's all good, man. I knew what you meant. Okay, wow, it did a nice job with that. So there you go. There's our there's our King Kong climbing the Space Needle. So again, if you want to get in on our slant artwork adventure, 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. Let's see, where did I leave off? We have the APU. Okay, yep, just clicked over. Good. So the APU air can come on. Pack number 1 can come on. Galley switch, it's down here. And then the flight deck emergency lights go to armed. Alright, down here we can get the master warning knob out, and then that's already on out because we can see that it's lit up in red. So that's good. We'll get the nav 1, nav 2, and DME powered up. We can go to the central, wait a minute, I think it's that there. Yeah, I forgot all my new view commands now. Comm radios can come on, so that's there and there. We can get the ADF radios on, 1 and 2, and then we'll get the entry units for our UNS-1 FMC on. Down at the bottom, we'll get our brake temp monitor on and our yaw dampers on. While we're here, we might as well punch in, we had 5601 as our assigned squawk code, and then we'll pop that into expounder mode. So we'll just get ahead of the game there. Let's go over to our tablet. We'll set our payload and fuel. So passengers, cargo. We are going to load this thing chock full of fuel. Let's see. Let's do 80 passengers. Make sure we're in pounds. We had an issue with this plane the last time when we flew it as Air Canada Jazz, that my normal numbers were putting it like way overweight. But I think that may have been something to do with icing. So zero fuel weight's well within normal limits now, so that may have been an icing thing. No, we want 8,200. And then we want this truck full of fuel as well. We're going to try and do these 2 legs without taking on any additional fuel at our stopover point. We should end up like 300 pounds short, but I'm going to go ahead and just do that. So let's just re-enter that, and 80, and we'll go ahead and start boarding with the jetway. 10 minutes, and yeah, everything's normal. So not sure. Everything's looking normal, so it must have been an icing related thing. Alright, so we got the boarding underway. We're going to be a little bit late pushing back, it looks like. The flight plan's already filed. We've already gotten our clearance. Through the PDC. We can reconnect to the ATIS, see if it's updated. It is information kilo now. Landing and departing 28 left and right. And temperature's 4. We'll need that in a minute. 29908. Okay, so we'll get 29908. Nope, that's already dialed in there. And there. And where's the standby? This is the one where the standby is down at the bottom. Okay, yeah, so they're already dialed in at 29908. That's fine. So let's go ahead and accept and go to the menu. And menu. And temperature 4 we'll put in here. And that'll get our takeoff engine settings prepared. Alright, field elevation 2,872, and yeah, that's pretty close to what's showing. I'll make sure that's what's showing on all 3 altimeters, and yeah, it is. Comm radios, it looks like we've got 18.1 and 19.6. 18.1's tower, 19.6 is approach. So we get 18.1. Okay, we got some chatter there. And 19.6. Okay, so there's our departure frequency set.
Delta 2147, contact departure, have a great flight.
And then let's go ahead and get this all entered in. Let's go to our route. Flight plan, we're KBOI. Enter, accept. Okay, there's no procedure, so it's just LAAH. Enter. Accept. And yes, that's what we're navigating to. PREIS is next. PREIS. Enter. Accept. And we're verifying, you know, sensible mileages and directions here. 39 and 4, okay.
Fly runway heading, runway 28 right, clear to take
Okiny,
off.
O-K-I-N-Y.
28 right, clear to take off, Delta 704.
Enter, accept, and then let's just see if we can get just a peek at what Seattle is landing. Let's just hover over that. The landing's 16, so let's just say we're probably going to land on 16 left since we're coming from the east. I don't know that that's true necessarily, but we'll start with that and we'll change it when we get up there if we need to. But let's just go ahead and put KSEA, enter, accept, and then everything else is going to come off of Seattle. So let's go to Seattle arrivals. It's the Chins 5 off of Pendleton PDT, and we're just going to guess that it's going to be 16 left. So it's Chins 5 from Pendleton, ILS 16 left, and let's just see. You know, kind of get a sense. Get the airport diagram at Boise here. We get the airport diagram at Seattle. ILS 16 left.
704, contact departure.
Just as a guess.
Departure, having a 704.
And it's the Chins 5. So let's get these in a sensible order here. So there's Boise. This is going to be end of the line here. You can reduce the Chins. Okay, that's just the text description. Rotate, back it up one. So it looks like it ends doing what? Landing south. Okay, Auburn, and then heading 343. Okay. So there's no real transition. It doesn't look like Griffey would make sense if we're coming from the east. Looks like, very worst, it looks like we would go all the way out to Payne and in if the traffic's that backed up. But we can put in Payne, and then if we don't need as many waypoints as that, then we're fine. The less we need, the better, but we'll have them in there just in case, and we'll put all that in the flight plan. Let's just page down to next. We'll verify the altitudes when we get a little closer, but for right now it looks like everything is in there the way we want it, so we'll go to the nav page there. Flight plan page there, nav page there. Why not? Okay. Alright, boys, be nice. Stop. Lay down. Alright, then on the front page here, we're going to set the heading bud. We don't really have a departure heading. There's no departure procedure. We're just going to assume runway heading until we're told something different. So 282 is what we'll set in as a best guess for our first heading. Looks like it's directly behind us, 282. The RNAV mode should be on. Flight directors. Initial altitude, I think the thing said 16, yeah, 16,000. And altitude arm should work there. Yep. Okay, stop walking. Stop laying on my headset cord, buddy. Back up. Okay. So we're going to start in heading mode and altitude mode. And all good. While we're waiting for the boarding to finish, it looks like they've got about 2 more minutes. So we can set up for our pushback. I'm kind of pushing back from this very last position here. And we can request our pushback, but we can't go anywhere yet because our doors are still open. Yeah, we're going to be pushing right into the building there. Yeah, let's cancel that planned pushback and stop that pushback. Let's pre-plan a pushback that doesn't put us right into the building. Okay. Request our pushback. Okay, we are just waiting on the boarding to finish. We got 5 more passengers and just now the gross weight's showing red. Might have to kick a few passengers off. Suck a little bit of fuel out. And we'll take off a little overweight. We'll be fine. It might yell at us during the takeoff roll, but it'll be fine otherwise. But you're not going to be able to lay right in front of the pedals, dude. I'm going to need those. Move. Come on. Over here, bud. Come on.
Cabin crew, arm doors and crossbar.
Come on, son. Move. Move. Come on. Lay here. Lay in your bed. Alright. So yeah, we're slightly overweight, but you know, we'll make it. We'll be fine. Alright, so wheel chocks removed. Elevator trim set. We'll just click on the center of gravity. It should turn the wheel. Okay, done. Let's get our oxygen systems on. Get our fasten seatbelt signs on. Cabin pressure set. Going to be cruising at 26. So, yeah, cabin altitude anticipated to be 6,500. Now let's get the ice detection on and guarded. Engine anti-icing switches on for now. And then let's get our TMS set. We got the temperature set to 4. We're going to go ahead and start that at 720. Right. We'll go ahead and power that up. Put it into takeoff mode, and bugs are 92.6. We're going to set flaps 18 for departure, and those bugs were set also. Okay. What are we saying about origin weather? Partly cloudy. Light wind. Temperature's 4, which is right around 40 degrees. Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard Alaska Regional Flight 5514 service to Seattle, Tacoma. We are due to be pushing back. Well, we were due to push back about 5 minutes ago, but we're going to push back as soon as possible. Wheels up time is supposed to be quarter till the hour. Might be just about 5 minutes late, but expect that we will be airborne pretty shortly with a 1 hour, 15-minute flight time once we're airborne, cruising at 26,000 feet for you up to Seattle. Weather at our origin is looking like it is partly cloudy with very light winds and reasonable moderate pressure, so we don't expect that there will be too many bumps on the way up to our cruising altitude, and hopefully we'll find some nice smooth air to cruising for you up to Seattle. Go ahead and get buckled in, and we'll get underway shortly, as quickly as we can. Thanks again for riding with us today on Alaska Airlines Regional Flight 5514 service to Seattle, Tacoma. So we got the pushback requested. Let's go ahead and get the beacon light on. We go to the overhead low. We get the pack off. The rest of the fuel pumps can come on.
November 33 Whiskey.
The start master can come on.
Main on departure, maintain VFR.
Start selector to 4.
And squawk 5.
Let's go ahead and release our parking brake and release our hold. We're pushing into the gate area, so no
departure and squawk 5205.
no need to talk to ATC until we are rocking and rolling. Hold on, where is that?
Whiskey, read that correct.
Why is that number 3 like up?
Sorry, 33 Whiskey, thanks for the squawk. Runway 28 right, taxi via Alpha Papa.
Runway 28 right, taxi via Alpha Papa, True Whiskey.
Okay. A little bit of a dead zone in the switch or whatever. Okay. Alright, parking brake is going back on. Alright, red light on the number 4 is off. Let's go up top, start to number 3. Strudel says, I tried streaming MSFS earlier, and well, it didn't go as planned. Now having vPilot audio issues for Streamlabs and FPS issues, so stick with streaming while controlling until I upgrade. Yeah, no. Depending on the streaming encoding that you're using, it can be a little labor intensive for your PC. I don't know much about your setup, but yeah, it can be difficult.
Cabin is secure.
Okay, number 3 is up and running. Let's get the number 2 fired up. Okay, we're coming off the main terminal on the Alpha. We're expecting left on Alpha all the way down to the end. Yeah, once it goes past 10, it kind of starts really launching up. So Strudel says, I think my GPU might be due. Can't really get a better CPU without going to AMS. AMD. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was fortunate that I was able to invest in a pretty decent gaming setup the year that Flight Sim Expo got canceled because of COVID. And I already set aside that money to travel. And I was like, well, hey, wifey, since I'm not traveling this year, what do you think? She was like, ah, sure. I mean, we already set the money aside. Why not? Alright, so the Start Master can come off. The Selector can come off. Packs can come back on. Screen and probe heats can come on. Engine anti-ice can come off. Generators off. And then we can go up here. We can do the hydraulic pumps, AC pump, and PTU pump.
November 33 Whiskey, departure frequency will be 119.6.
Okay, we'll leave the APU on through the takeoff sequence.
November 33 Whiskey, winds 300 at 6. Turn left heading of 250. Runway 28 right, cleared for takeoff.
Okay. What do we got here?
250, cleared for takeoff, 28 right, True Whiskey.
Okay. No warnings. Control surfaces check. Flaps 18 coming at you. And really not supposed to pass config check until flaps are reading 18, but we'll go ahead and do that now, and it works. And it's not yelling at us about being overweight either, so I guess we're fine. Good fixings is here. Alright, so everything seems to be okay. Let's do ourselves a double check and make sure it is still Kilo. Boise Tower, Horizon 5514 off the main terminal with Kilo, ready to taxi.
Horizon Air 5514, you may have said it, Boise Tower, just verify information, Kilo.
We do have Kilo on board.
Horizon Air 5514, thanks for Kilo. Runway 28 right, taxi via Alpha Papa.
Alright, Alpha Papa to 28 right, Horizon 5514. Hey, stop putting in line. Don't you know who I am?
733 Whiskey, contact departure, have a great flight.
Contact departure. Thank you, True Whiskey.
Alright, we're rolling. Before we get going too far, we'll do a little brake check. Watch these gauges here, plus we'll watch for the plane slowing. Okay, good. Brake check passed. Weather radar on. Departure frequency 19.6 confirmed. Set. So at the hold short, transponder, cabin crew, continuous ignition, and then just the lights. All right, and if we get airborne as soon as we get down there, we're only going to be 5 minutes late getting there underway, so that's not too bad. We'll take it. Within 5 minutes is on time. Any airline will tell you that. Okay, just for situational awareness, singular. Someone has just been cleared to land on 28 right, so we'll just kind of keep an eye on that as we taxi down there for departure. And if that was happening on voice, you would definitely kind of just put that halfway in your ear and, you know, make sure you kind of was aware of their status by the time you get down there. Don't be cleared to take that runway when you know that they're, you know, potentially on a short final. So transponder, ignition, cabin crew, and lights. Go ahead and get the transponder now. Go ahead and get the continuous ignition now.
Cabin crew, please take the seat takeoff.
So is this the end? Yeah, I can see the chevrons over here by the runway. So I don't see that aircraft on final, but see if Tower wants to try and get us out. Tower Horizon 5514 is ready at the end. Oh, I do see him.
Horizon 5514, hold short, runway 28 right, landing traffic.
We're watching the landing traffic holding short, 28 right, Horizon 5514. Okay, taxi light can come off since we're not moving.
Boise Tower, Delta 3688, requesting push and start with...
Didn't see the touchdown, but the approach looked fairly stable on a short final.
Horizon Air 5514, runway 28 right, line wait.
Line up and wait, 28 right for Horizon 5514. Okay, so we're on the runway, so strobes are come on.
Delta 3360, or correction, Delta 3688, is that you? Yes, sir. Delta
So we
3688, Boise
landing and turn
Tower,
off lights on as
Delta
soon as we...
verify you have information, Kilo, when you taxi.
As soon as we are given a takeoff clearance, we'll get our forward-facing lights on, and then we'll go ahead and set our takeoff power.
Alaska 318, welcome to Boise. Turn right when able and taxi through the gate via Alpha. Horizon Air 5514, wind 300 at 6, fly runway heading, runway 28 right, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading, clear for takeoff, 28 right, Horizon 5514. Okay, landing lights, turn off lights on. Go ahead and cancel the cabin call there.
TMS sets takeoff.
Okay, no warnings. And we'll spool the engines up to takeoff.
Power set. And
We're going to put a little forward pressure in on the yoke to help pin the nose wheel down. We overshot the bugs on the takeoff just a little bit. Back those off just a tiny touch.
8 knots was checked.
Okay, we release that forward pressure.
Delta 2982, Boise, Tower, good evening. 00 at 6, traffic's on the roll right now, runway 28 right, clear to land.
V1. Rotate.
Okay, we'll rotate.
V2.
Pitch to the bubble speed. Okay, gear can come up. Pitch to the bubble speed. So we get to 1,000. You can see we're at 700 and counting.
Clear of conflict.
Going to departure, Horizon 5514. We'll see you.
Eastbound running 206.
Okay, we're through 1,000. Let's lower the nose. Let's pick up some airspeed. And let's see if we can capture a vertical speed of 500 feet a minute. Big sky departure, Horizon 5514 is 4,600 going to 16,000.
Horizon Air 5514, big sky departure, radar contact, pursuit direct, Ola.
VFTO.
Direct Ola, Horizon 5514.
Flaps.
Okay, let's go direct to enter, and let's pitch up to counter that loss in lift. Still kind of hand flying it for now. Gonna kind of just put it right there. Let's go into heading mode again real quick. Okay, there's 250, so let's now pitch to the vertical speed. I'm sorry, not for the vertical speed, to the pitch to the airspeed now. Okay, so we got the airplane doing that stuff. Let's go direct to Ola, enter, and LNAV again. Do have some ice detection, so let's go ahead and get some anti-icing on. So I was about to turn off continuous ignition, but now that I have anti-icing on, we'll leave it on. We can switch over to the engine air, and turn the APU air off, and the APU off. And then we can also come up top and get the AC and PTU pumps off. We do keep 250 all the way up in this aircraft, so we won't need to accelerate now that we're through 10. We can turn off the forward-facing lights. I'm just trying to calibrate to a better capture at 250 knots here before I do that. Okay, there's 250. The other thing we would have wanted to do at 10 was a cabin pressure check.
5514, contact Salt Lake, FNO 125.57, action flight out, and do it.
All right, 2557, horizon 5514, see ya. Salt Lake Center, horizon 5514 is 14,500 going to 16,000. Flight level 260, horizon 5514. Okay, so we captured it before it started to level off, which is good. Just saved us from having to mess with throttles and speeds and stuff. Speaking of throttles, yeah, we're putting out max continuous, 857 degrees across the board. We're going to max it out. We'll do the best we can with that. We have surpassed the visible moisture. Ice detection is no longer showing. Let's go ahead and shut these off and see if we fare any better. And continuous ignition can come off as well. Cabin pressure we didn't really check. The altitude is supposed to go to like 6,500. I always say through 10,000 the differential pressure should be about a third of the way up. 18,000 it should be about 2/3 of the way up. And then at cruise it should be just right up under the yellow mark. We didn't really get to check it at 10. We're almost at 18 as a matter of fact. So showing pretty much 2/3 of the way up and climbing at a normal rate. So I would say we're good. Cabin pressure is happening normally, and since we're almost through 18, let's just go ahead and knock these down to the standard pressure setting. So when you change from local pressure to standard pressure, that's also when you stop saying altitude is blank thousand, blank hundred. The standard pressure, calibrating that to the standard pressure is what triggers the terminology flight level. What I mean by that is if you are calibrated to a local pressure, you should not say flight level anything. You're not at flight level anything if you're calibrated to a local pressure setting. You're not at a flight level. You're at altitude 5,500 or what have you. You're fine. Why don't you stop?
Good evening, Salt Lake Center. Feeling 419 with you at 16 to 23.
Okay. So we're done with the airport diagram in Boise. Whoops. Put that back.
Can I get like 2 minutes out of cockpit?
83, guys,
So we'll have to check whether these altitudes are in here because they're all assignments, but they're directional dependent assignments. So the FMC, when we put this arrival in, didn't know whether we're landing north or landing south in Seattle, so it might not have put hard altitudes in there. We'll have to check. Let's put the nav page over there. Let's put the VNAV page over here. So up at 15, Auburn at 12. Or below. Okay, these are turboprop landing north. So Ratty would be out or below 16.
Delta 9 Uniform Papa Contract Rally Center 126. 5 to 2652 every day.
So let's put in Ratty at 16. It says here, landing south, turbojets landing south, 16,000. So let's put in Ratty at 16. So that's waypoint number 10. 16,000. Target's 2,000 for a minute. Then hump at 15. Auburn at 12. So we got 30 miles to go from 16 to 12. We have to be below. Yeah, so this is really our target, 15,000. 15,000 at hump. So I'm going to take that back out. Since Ratty at or above 16, I really want to be above at. So we can do 19,000 there, and then 15 at hump. So yeah, let's do Ratty at 19. Okay. So we're 2,000 feet to go. You can see as we get we're a little bit overweight, and as we get up to 26, we're really kind of struggling to get there. We'll make it though. I guess we're not technically overweight anymore. We took off overweight. All right, camera views are much better though. 1, 2 is the FMCs, 3 is the TMS, and the first officer's altimeter. 0 is the bottom panel, 4 is the tablet, and then 5 and 8 are the panel. Okay, yeah, I'm much happier with that. Little by little. Jen, did you want to move this one here? The way there? Whiny is extra whiny tonight. There's our beautiful Horizon Air Alaska Airlines livery for the BAe-146. I mean, I guess if you really want to see it, it's part of our slant artwork adventure. The Alaska BAe-146, which doesn't exist, cruising right on past the Space Needle and Mount Rainier. Or King Kong climbing in the background. You guys want to add to our slant artwork adventure? Simply do the cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel. The alphabet's serial icon represents those, and the button next to that tells you how many you have. Clicking on that will allow you to put in 500, put you in the queue, and then once I call you, you can let me know how you would like to add to or modify that image. Just about getting up to cruise. We'll turn the fasten seatbelt signs off.
Over 2489, contact Seattle Center. Contact Seattle Center 13545 today.
Okay, so we got capture on the altitude. We can kind of put the bug up to the cruise speed, about a Mach 7.2 or thereabouts. Yeah, Mach 7.1 is what I got bugged there. Whatever gets us right up under the barber pole, aka the VNE speed. Technically might be the MME speed. You know, the one that causes the loud buzzer. Enough, buddy.
Maintaining 270 knots or greater.
270 knots or greater, 190.
United 528 upon reaching flylevel 280, maintain 270 knots. Upon reaching 280,
Alright, so we're letting the airspeed kind of come up.
DSL 739, say your indicated airspeed.
And then as soon as it gets up to where we want it, by the way, while it's coming up, we can go. Did we turn? I think I turned the fasten seatbelt signs already. Oh, let's do one final pressurization check. So, cabin altitude leveled out at 6,500. Differential pressure still under the yellow mark, so we're good there. Do a quick cabin announcement before we knock our climb power to cruise power. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We've reached our cruise altitude of 26,000 feet, and we turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. And the cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products, salmon soup, and Dungeness crabs. So sit back, relax, and enjoy, and we'll give you an update on the weather situation in Seattle once we are ready to start our descent there. Thanks again for flying along with us on Alaska Airlines regional service, Flight 5514 to Seattle, Tacoma. Okay, so airspeed's almost up where we want it. Let's go ahead and change it down into the target.
Feeling 419, purely out of curiosity, because I kind of had an issue earlier. What is my speed showing for you?
I'm showing 358 right now.
Yeah, I got the same issue over in Germany. I don't know if it's a restart issue or not. I think so.
Okay, so if the engines are leveled off at 720. Did not need me to move the throttles. So if it needs you to move the throttles, it'll let you know with lights along this row of buttons. If it doesn't need you to move the throttles, those will remain dark. And then it will just adjust to whatever you have set here. So now let's see what 720. So our 720 is still causing us to gain speed here at a pretty good clip. So let's try 680. Yeah, I knew it. Let's just throttle back and break the status. Just get the warning out of our ear. Okay, and then let's
Actually, if you can go, I would take 290. Actually, you said you're at 280?
Yes, sir, that's it.
United 298, maintain 280 now.
Maintain 280, United 5.
Okay, so it's 600 and...
Alright, 120, excuse me, 5514, contact Seattle Central 13545 for today.
13545, Roger, 5514. Okay, so we've got it knocked all the way down to 660 now. And we see that the ground speed of 406 is remaining pretty consistent. We don't want it to drift up anymore. Yeah, it's still drifting up. Let's come over here. Let's come over here and knock it down another 30 degrees.
Seattle Center, San Juan, 681, radio check. Try that 5.
And then let's just see what that does here. Seattle Center Horizon 5514, with flight level 260.
5514, Seattle Center Horizon.
Okay, so it's 630. 408 across the ground is fairly consistent. It's still on the slightly high side of the bugged, of where we have bug. I mean, that bubble, all that does is react to where I put the bug. So if I put the bug higher, the bubble centers, you know what I mean? But we're just so close to that barber pole speed, and I kind of want to use the bubble to give me an additional visual indicator that we're going too fast. 408 seems to be fairly static. Let's knock it down 10 more degrees just to be on the just to be sure. Because it still seems like it's wanting to creep up. And if it's going to creep, I've got to creep. Buddy, just come lay down. Alright, I think we can. Struder wants to put another... Oh, we got to put Godzilla in on the back or near the mountain? Okay, we'll do that. We can get rid of the ACARS message finally. Let's just start getting ahead of the game in terms of our arrival into Seattle. So they are still landing on the 16th, 2703. So it's going to be a... If we're landing southbound, we got wind out of the west, it's going to be a right to left, but it's only 3 knots. It's a straight off crosswind, and it's only a 3 knot straight across crosswind, so it shouldn't be too significant. Scattered clouds, 9 statute miles, so a little bit of reduced visibility, but still very, very legal for visual conditions. Scattered clouds at 2,500, broken at 3,700. So we may have a scattered layer that we are coming through on the approach. Depending on where we intercept this approach, you know, we should be through the bases prior to final approach fix. We got simultaneous approaches to Seattle and to Boeing. Traffic will be below us on final. We have to keep in mind, don't get low on this. Stay at or above those charted altitudes for sure. Departing aircraft, plan and brief numbers for 16 left and center, so that gives them the flexibility to switch you without you crying about it. We are going to just... We're going to... So ILS 16 left and right. So I'm going to assume coming from the east, they're going to put us... You know what I mean? If we're coming from the east, they're going to put us on the easternmost runway. If we're coming from the south, they'll probably put us on the western runway. But we don't know that for sure. We're just guessing that. But that's what we'll go with until we're told something different. But we'll be ready to switch if we have to. As a matter of fact, what I'll do is let's just have the 16 right chart open there in case we need to quickly refer to it. Let's back that out at zoom level or 2. We'll back that out at zoom level or 2. And so there, we can quickly switch back and forth if we need to. Alright, Strudel wants us to add Godzilla to our slant artwork adventure.
Right, sorry, climate change 310 the other side. Negative 320. 320, yes, sir, good evening. Just 458 holding at 150. 458 Seattle Center, climate change level 390. 390, 458.
Seattle FNO, 14, file 380.
Plus 214 Seattle Center, load.
Okay, Strudel, we got that. We got that chewing. And okay, so the ground speed is settled in. It was 408. It's kind of settled back down to 405, so we're good. I'm going to leave it just like it is. We might be able to bump the temperatures back up by 10 degrees just to make sure we don't lose any more, but I'm comfortable with where it is, so. That's our friend 757 Spy. Alright, so I'm going to start setting up for the ILS 16 left, just in case. However, so 110.3 is the...
Alaska American 418, maintain Mach 0.76 or less.
110.3 is the frequency for 16 left, but let's just put 110.75. 164 on the course either way. Let's just put 110.75 on the right side, or on the standby rather. So we can switch kind of with one touch if we need to.
$164
either way. Oops, passed it. Minimums straight in 632 for the left. Minimum straight in 615 for the right. So we'll go with 632. I mean, we'll say 700 round figures. And, you know, 200. Well, we got to account for a little bit. See, you really rely on a radio altimeter on a Category 1 approach. You're really down to this barometric altimeter minimum, not a radio altimeter minimum. But just to make sure the alert goes off in plenty of time, we'll just set it to 350. But we'll know that 650 is our 650 is our actual minimum. Whether we got the right or the left, that'll be sufficient. Well, we'll set 350 there, and that should go off before we get to 650 mean sea level, so that should just be a reminder. So, and then missed approach. See, that's so on the left side it would be 16.8 and 161. 16.8 and 210. So 116.8's the nav aid for the missed approach either way. 161. So if we do get switched to the right side, we'll just have to remember to switch that to 210. And then what's the missed approach altitude? If it's 16 left, it's 900. Stay below 2 at 2.4. Oh, excuse me. And then it's 5,000. If we go to 16 right, 900, 2,000, and then 5,000. Okay, so kind of the same thing in terms of the misapproach. 900, then 2,000, and then 5,000 after 2.4. 5,000 after 3. Okay. Alright, but it's a missed approach altitude of 5,000 either way. So that's good.
Center, American 65 out of 14,000 for 15,000.
American 65, Seattle Center, climbing team incredible 370.
370, American 65.
Rocky 62, contact Salt Lake Center 125.57 today. 125.57, Alaska 41, contact Salt Lake Center 125.57 today.
12557 now for Alaska 441, thanks.
Alright, approach frequency and course, missed approach frequency and course, missed approach altitude 5,000 minimums, 350 set's going to be 650 baro. V speeds we'll check when we get closer. Winds and crosswind we said is a very slight right to left. Ceiling and visibility, we're going to have a scattered cloud base prior to final approach fix. And it's going to be a left-hand turn-off to the terminal either way, because the terminal's on the east side of the field. So it's a left-hand turn-off whether we land on the left or the right side. We're parking it right at the northwestern corner, northwestern tip of this extruding pier here.
Brooklyn to 452, would you like flight level 410?
Well, you will take 410 previous control toward extreme takeoff final.
Yeah, we're going to make an exception for you for traffic. Flight maintain flight level 410.
Flight maintain 410, flight level 410.
So there you go, Godzilla's stomping all over Mount Rainier.
Fokker 1, Seattle Center, roger. And Seattle Center, Fokker 1, any chance we can step away for 10 minutes? Sure, let me know, you're back. 3 seconds.
Okay, so we're pretty well briefed on our approach. We're a little ahead of the game. We are only holding on the V speeds, which I'll calculate once we get a little bit closer.
1681, Bellingham, altimeter 209 or 7.
Yeah, I think we're good, guys. How's the
1681, Bellingham, altimeter 209 or 7.
how's the event panning out? So we do have 18 on the ground at Seattle ready to depart. That's not terrible for our Friday night ops. It's busy. It's definitely busy. And 7 pre-filed to go somewhere, so 25 total. Anticipating departing there soon. We're about halfway there from Boise. And how's the New York Friday night ops going? New York has got pretty good traffic streams coming in from multiple directions, as one generally expects for a New York Friday night ops. Yeah, they're a little busier. That tends to be the more popular of the two between Kennedy and Seattle, and that's why I figured we would show Seattle some love. We do a lot of flying on the East Coast. I figured I was due to put in some West Coast time.
American 418, contact Salt Lake Center 125.57 today.
25.7, American 418, after we get rid of that. We do also.
Alright, so how are we doing top of descent-wise? 86 miles. Okay, I'm going to chase you out of this room if you keep that up.
Seattle Center, Alaska 701, level 155.
Alaska 701, Seattle Center, climb and
So 84 miles to top of descent, 108 to Ratty. And if we were to start descending now, we could descend just as gradually as 400 feet per minute to hit Ratty at 19,000.
2319 Seattle Center, climbing Tim's level 370 for dark jet bound.
Delta who?
November 525 Mike Hotel, contact Seattle Center 134.9 today. 349, yeah, Mike Hotel today.
Alright, and then let's, one thing we can do to be slightly ahead of the game. We got an east tower and a west tower. We don't know which one we're going to get. And then ground's 21.7. So what I'll do is I'll set the east and west towers on COM 2, not knowing which of those we'll get, but we'll be able to switch quickly to one, and then switching the ground is slightly less time sensitive. But by the time we figure out which of these two towers we're going to be talking to, my expectation is it's going to be 19.9, the west tower. I'm sorry, the east tower, because we're coming in from the east, and I'm expecting to land on 16 left. But again, you know, the traffic, they're going to have to do what they can to balance that traffic load. So if they have a lot of traffic coming in from the east, some of that traffic from the east might have to switch over to the left, the right-hand side. You know, we're going to leave that up to our approach controller as to which runway we get. You always can brief what you think is going to be your most likely one. But, you know, try not to be that guy that's like, you know, if they need you to switch to the other side to balance their traffic load, don't be that guy that's like, well, I already put in 16 left, can I just keep that? Come on, suck it up, give it a shot. I'm too lazy to press buttons. Don't be that guy. Alright, so what did I say? East Tower is our best guess, 19.9. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's if we get the left side, it'll be west. I'm sorry. We're gonna be facing southbound. So if we get the left side, it'll be east. So that'll be 19.9. We get the right side, that'll be west. So that'll be 120.905. Okay, so that's our best guess, and then once we know once we know which one we're going to get, you know, we can try to pre-tune 21.7. I mean, once we're pretty sure we're not going to get reassigned, because I'd hate to erase everything I've done and then have to go and redo it. But 21.7, once we get relatively assured that we're going to be talking to one or the other.
1681 contact Vancouver departure 133.7 today. 133.7.
Peek at the outside view, we're flying over top of some pillows. Nice big fluffy white quilt. Our BAe-146.
On the 370, start.
Sorry.
Leg number 2 is heading down to Redding, California. Redding, not Jeffrey B's Redding. California's Redding. A little bit north of Sacramento.
I'm sorry, left thing 0 or 180.
Make up your mind, Center. It's okay. I've done that. I do that. I do that to people when I work at approach all the time. Left heading 310. I mean, right. Let's make it a right 31. Let's make it a right 270. I'll tell you what. We'll compromise. 240. Actually, do you have the field in sight by any chance?
Comprised 5514 to San Felix, Chin 5 arrival, landing south of Seattle Center 29905.
29905, Chins 5 arrival, landing south, route 5514.
Comprised 2414,
Okay.
wind 3.
I am going to go ahead and knock the standby altimeter up to 29905. By the way, is that what the most recent ATIS said? Yeah, it is. So that way, when we get down to 18, I'll just be able to glance down here and be like, oh yeah, right, 29905. In the meantime, it'll look a little funky. These will be slightly off from each other, but we know we're flying off of this one and this one until we descend through 18, and then they'll all agree again. But we were told to descend via the Chins arrival. So what does that get us down to? That gets us down to the lowest. The lowest altitude we've now been cleared down to is 12,000 at this point, Auburn. So we have been cleared down to 12. We will start that descent to 12 when we choose. Whenever we want. I'm not going to arm that altitude yet. I'm going to set it in here just as a reminder that that's what we've been cleared down to. But we're 35 miles from our top of descent. But really... Oh, no, yeah, you missed it. I did show it. We got King Kong climbing the tower. We got Godzilla stomping all over Mount Rainier back here.
9790, contact Salt Lake Center 125.57 today. 125.57.
I know. ChatGPT has done such a good job with these. Our OpenArt AI did not. When we did this a year and a half ago, OpenArt.ai did not do a good job with these. However, number one, it was a year and a half ago. I'm sure it's come a long way since then. Number two, it's a different engine. I think ChatGPT is more optimized toward making silly parody images, whereas OpenArt was really more geared toward making stylistic images. Is that a mountain there? Is that Mount Rainier right there? Yeah, we probably don't want to hit that. It might not be Mount Rainier. We're too far south from Mount Rainier, but there's that other one that's further south. Davis or something like that?
Via the Glacier 3 arrival, landing south left. 2319, contact Seattle Center 134.9er today.
Come on, 134.5, today.
Adams, but no, that might be Mount Rainier. We're passing fairly close to it. We're coming in from the south and west. It's going to be just off of our left there. Yeah, Mount Adams. Dave, I don't know where it was Mount Adams, and I went Davis. I don't know how I associated those two. But that's a little further off of our left wing. This very well might be that.
Walker 2489, contact Seattle approach 123.9er today.
Okay, we want to go ahead and
Bob Top 1, maintain Mach 0.78. 0.78.
Let's give an update on the weather. India's still current. So, light winds, mid-40s, low 40s. Mostly cloudy skies, mid-40s, light winds. And we'll call it a half an hour. Probably 25 minutes, but we'll call it a half an hour. Just for potential traffic delays due to vectoring. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have turned on the fasten seatbelt signs as we are just about to start our descent into Seattle. The weather there is showing mostly cloudy skies, low 40s for temperatures, and light winds. We expect to be on the ground in just about a half an hour. The cabin crew is going to come around one final time to collect trash and take care of any last minute needs, and we'll get you safely on the ground soon. Thanks again for flying along with us on Alaska Airlines regional service to Seattle, Tacoma.
Alaska 84 cross crater at or above at maintain 12,000 at or below 300 knots.
Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and arm that. What is the speed? Is it? We're going to go ahead and into descent.
Alaska 84, I can't give you the bearings for the arrival. I need you to look at the chart and do it yourself. Alaska 84, just clear direct battleground. Cross battleground at or above 7,000. I'm sorry, I missed somebody else. Horizon 2137, Seattle Center, descent of pilots discretion, maintain credible 190.
Once it gets to 280. Come on, dude.
Skyway 3701, descend via the Creative 2 arrival.
Okay, so the plane's going to pitch to maintain 280 now. Eric Flight's joined the channel. Eric, thank you very kindly. Good to see you. Right, so we're pitched to maintain 280. The box wants us to maintain 1,450 in terms of our descent rate, so I'm going to add some throttle back in.
Alaska 214, descend via the Glacier 3 arrival, landing south of Seattle altimeter 29905.
Alright, 95 on the meter, descend via the Glacier 3, landing south for Alaska 214.
Seattle Center is ready to Alaska 538, 15,000.
Alaska 538, Seattle Center, climb maintain level 350.
Okay, just a touch of throttle back in. Oh, it was indeed a raid. I'm sorry, Eric. Yeah, thank you very kindly for that. Hope that you had a good one. Appreciate this continued support of the channel. Yeah, no, my bad, man. Reading comprehension's out the window. You caught me right at the top of the descent. I can only read one thing at a time in detail. But no, thank you. Thank you. Hope you had a good flight tonight, and appreciate the.
Horizon 5514, contact Seattle approach 123.9er today.
23.9, Horizon 5514. We'll see you.
Alaska 424, descend via the Fins 5 arrival, landing south.
23.9er. So now we'll see if we get left or right. We're set up for the left, but we can easily switch to the right. Information India. Seattle approach Horizon 5514 is 224 descending via the Chins 5 arrival landing south information India.
Horizon 5514, Seattle approach speeding ILS-16 right.
ILS-16 right, yeah, Horizon 5514. Okay, not what I put in. So let's switch over. Fortunately, I did kind of set up for both. So 110.75 means we're going to be on the. We got some ice detection going on. Let's get engine anti-icing, wing and tail anti-icing, and continuous ignition on. Okay, so ILS-16 right. We do need to be kind of ready to switch at the last minute anyway, but 16 right is what we've been assigned. So 110.75 and 164. That is set on our left-hand side. We did say if we go missed, we're going to have to turn right to the 210. So if we go missed, it's straight to 900, and then cap at 2,000 until we hit that 3 DME mark, and then 5,000 on the 210 outbound radial. So missed approach altitude will be 5,000, but we'll have that 2,000 cap at 3 DME. So we'll be ready to do that. The minimums, 615. I'm going to round that to 650. That's 200 above ground level, but I've got the radio altimeter set to 350 just to account for any difference in terrain elevation between the threshold and the missed approach point. So missed approach altitude is, minimums are set and reviewed. It is going to be a left-hand turnoff regardless, but if we are landing a 16 right, landing down this way, we want to try to vacate here in November because we're coming into the north ramp here, right at the northwest corner of this pier. Them's my shoes this year. How are you? So it'll be this first high-speed turnoff, and we should be able to make that. That's 8,500, so this will be about 6,000 here, maybe 5,000 change. That should be plenty. That's the length of Key West Airport, so we should be good there. Below 18, go to 29.95 across the board. Oh, speaking of which, I need to go ahead and set the landing elevation. Landing elevation at Seattle is what? 430. So just below 500 there. Say again, Jim is with us here as well. Evening, friends. Okay, so let's go through the approach briefing once again. Approach frequency and course, 110.75 and 164 set. Missed approach frequency and course, 116.8 and 210 is set. 116.8 and 210. Missed approach altitude, we know it's straight to 900. 3 DME to 2,000 and then 5,000, so it'll be 5,000 that we set ultimately. Minimum 650 baro. We got the alerter at 350 above ground level. That should be in plenty of time. V-speeds we're going to hold on to. The wind, last I checked, was a very slight right to left. Yeah, 270 at 3. Ceiling, let's double check. Scattered at 25, so we should be through the bases by the time we get the final approach fix at 1900. But that's if the observation holds up. And then the turnoff is left-hand turnoff. Okay. And a little bit early. Oh. So yeah, we went. Oops, I just closed the chins. Arrival. Yeah, we're down early. Wasn't really paying much attention to the VNAV. So Ratty was at or above 16,000. I have no idea whether I even made that. But at this point we're 16.4 miles. We're 14 miles from Auburn and we need to be at 12,000. Oh, we actually did good. If we're 700 feet to lose by Auburn and we're 12 miles away from it, we're not too bad. We probably did okay, but I guess I'll have to review the tape to see if we made 16 at Ratty or not. And then after Auburn. It's a 343 heading. I'm going to go ahead and set the bug. And then we'll just bump it into heading mode as soon as we pass that last point.
Pilot, what's it right? Left
We do need to be slowing to 250 knots, by the way. Alright, so one thing I'm going to do, let's get the APU on. And get the AC and PTU pumps on. Let's just hold altitude. Slow it. We're not really supposed to.
5514 after Auburn, try to maintain 7,000.
7,000 after Auburn, horizon 5514. Alright, so APU is on, so APU air, engine air off. Okay, then 7,000. Okay, let's go ahead and bug it into heading mode. We'll flip this over into conventional nav.
Seattle approach down to 3688 at flight level 192.
Get back to 250 knots. A little bit of throttle back in.
Who's that calling? Delta 3688. Delta 3688, Seattle approach. Good evening, ILS 16 right. ILS 16 right, Delta 3688.
Okay, and since we're pretty sure that's what we're getting now, we'll get the ground set up on 21.7. Alright, through 10. Forward facing lights on. Alright, and now it's just flap and flap and gear deployment schedule. We're cleared down to 7,000. Oh, let's arm that. We're flying a 343 off of the arrival, but we are pretty much done with the arrival at this point. We did not get the 16 left, but let's keep that there just in case we get shunted over to it last minute. You know, it's not really that different. We could visually sidestep it probably, if we have visual.
Seattle approach, Alaska 328 with you, flight level 210, descending via the Glacier 3, maintaining 280 knots, currently going to slow down here shortly.
It's going to maintain 8,000. Got 8,000 left.
Alright, 10 miles and increasing.
250 left.
So we should be probably expecting an intercept turn here soon.
Seattle approach Alaska 328.
Airport elevation 400 feet more or less.
Seattle Center, Seattle approach, good evening, ILS 16 right.
ILS runway 16 right, Alaska 328.
Right here, 6514, if I didn't give you contact, Seattle approach 133.65.
3365, Horizon 5514.
Alaska 2041, contact Seattle Tower 120.95.
120.95, Alaska 2041, bridge up.
Approach Horizon 5514, 7,500 going down to 7.
Horizon 5514, kill approach, just maintain 4,000.
4,000, Horizon 5514. Okay, did it capture that? What's it doing? Alright, let's
Horizon there, 5514, turn left heading 250.
left 250, Horizon 5514.
Seattle approach, Alaska 279, 9,600 for 8,000, heading 250. Alaska 279, Seattle approach, just maintain 5,000. 5,000, Alaska 279. Horizon 5514, reduce speed to 210 knots.
210 knots, and you did say 250 on the heading, correct?
Paper.
Horizon 5514.
Sync rate.
Yeah, I know. I know. Something is going wrong. Am I iced up? Am I dying because I'm iced up? I'm not sure. Autopilot kind of went haywire on me, so I'm kind of struggling to maintain it myself.
Horizon 5514, turn left heading 190, intercept the 16 right, localize.
190, intercept 16 right, localized, Horizon 5514. Alright, 210. Down to 4,000. Bank angle's way out of hand. Oh man, I'm struggling now, I'm struggling.
Horizon 5514, 7 miles from Sea-Tac, maintain 4,000 until established, cleared ILS 16 right approach.
4,000 till established, cleared ILS 16 right approach, Horizon 5514.
Alaska 279, maintain 210 knots.
Alright, straighten it out. Okay, think we're stable now. Trim it up.
Localizer armed.
Horizon Air 5514, 180 knots or greater until 5 DME.
180 or greater to 5, Horizon 5514.
Localizer captured. Speed checked below 205. Select flaps 18.
Alright, let's get the V speed set.
Alaska 279, turn left heading
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
190, intercept the 16 right, localizer.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Alright, 190, I'll intercept the 16 right, localizer on.
Yeah, this is not going well, guys. gear down.
279, 5 miles from Agony, maintain 5,000, full established, cleared ILS 16 right approach.
Alright, put some, yeah, start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. We'll try and salvage it here.
Seattle approach, Alaska 4046,000. Alaska 404, Seattle approach, roger.
We're back on localizer. We're well above glide, but we're coming back in.
Alright, the 5514, Seattle Tower, 120495.
20.95, Seattle 50, Horizon 5514.
Alaska 279, 180 knots or greater until.
Alright, we're back to stable. Seattle Tower Horizon 5514's 10 monofile, ILS 16 right rather.
Horizon 5514, Seattle Tower, runway 16 right, clear to land.
Clear to land 16 right, Horizon 5514. Okay, I do believe I see the runway. Somehow we've magically got it back to stable. Gears down in green, landing flaps set and checked. Cabin crew's been alerted. Straight to 900.
2500.
Right to 2000 to 3 DME, and then 5000 if we go miss. Left-hand turn off if we make it down successfully. We're a little above speed. We're a little below glide. We're good to go on both of those. Localizer's looking good. Very, very slight right to left.
I just want to tell you both, good luck. We're all counting on you.
Somehow we managed to get it stable. And then we should turn the TMS off on short final. We'll try and do that.
Seattle Tower, good evening, Alaska 279, ILS 16 right. Alaska 279, Seattle Tower, number 2, runway 16 right, clear to land. Clear to land number 2, Alaska, or 16 right, Alaska 279.
Whew. Alright, we're above glide slope now. We're high and fast, but let's not overcorrect. Alright, last call for the predictions, friends. Phew, that was about the roughest transition from star to approach I've done in a while. I mean, hard IMC was a contributing factor, I suppose, but I was very all over the place with the bank angle.
500. Plus 100.
Okay, we're landing.
Minimums.
Crab just a tiny little bit to the right. We'll correct it on short final. We're reading below glide slope, but visually I'm comfortable with where we are.
Glide slope.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10,
Ground idle.
After all that, did okay on the
80 knots.
did okay on the approach.
60 knots.
Horizon 5514, welcome to Seattle. Did you have a parking preference?
We're supposed to be going to 16 Charlie if it's available.
16 Charlie. All right, roger. Great.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Charlie 16 Charlie. Yep.
Horizon 5514, continue taxi on November, hold short, runway 16 center, then contact tower on 119.9er. Have a good day.
All right, short of November, short of 16 Center and Tower 19.9 to Horizon 5514.
Left with you.
Golden 1620 Seattle.
All right, we made it down. Stow the flaps and spoilers. Let's get the landing lights off, taxi light on, turn off lights off, flight directors off, weather radar off, TA and RA off.
Alaska 47 on Quebec, cross runway 16 left, contact ground point 7 short of Bravo.
All right, where are we? That's my
47 on Quebec, cross runway 16 left, contact ground point 7 short of Bravo.
Are these people just not answering him? Tower Horizon 5514 short of 16 Center at November. We're going to Charlie North side.
Alaska 47 on Quebec, cross runway 16 left, contact ground point 7 short of Bravo.
Cross 16 left, contact ground, short of Bravo, Alaska 47.
Southwest 4701 on Papa, cross runway 16 left, contact ground point 7 short of Bravo.
Cross 16 left, ground point 7 short of Bravo, Southwest 4701.
Alaska 2041 on November, cross runway 16 left, contact
Flight
ground point
directors,
7
landing
short of
lights,
Bravo.
taxi, strobe lights. Yeah, strobe lights didn't get. Continuous ignition, they can come off.
Thank you. FedEx 1120 Heavy, Seattle Tower.
FedEx 1120
Weather radar and transponder. Okay, we got all that.
Unfortunately, I bring bad news. We just got notified of a ground stop for Boise until 0230. Would you like
So
to
then my
park
shoe
somewhere?
said, I'm a
Go
little
back to
sadistic for
Cargo
thinking
2. What would you
this.
like to do?
But you lecturing yourself down the glide slope with a tinge of disappointment chuckles me.
30 minutes?
Yeah, I was very sloppy. I could barely control the plane. Just pitch was all over the place, speed was all over the place. All of a sudden the autopilot was not holding it. I think it started to capture the altitude before I reselected it, and then it just went haywire from there. So then I was like, all right, well, I'll do what I know how to do, shut it off, fly manually. But I don't know. I don't know if my wings had picked up some ice, or I was just struggling to keep the bang angle.
14 Seattle Tower, good evening on November, cross runway 16 center, hold short runway 16 left.
All right, on November, we'll cross 16 center, short of 16 left, Horizon 5514.
Alaska 279 Seattle Tower, good evening.
So I just kind of lost it, just kind of completely lost it. I was like, oh my gosh, we're going in. I really thought we were done.
FedEx 1120.
But then final approach, once I got it pointed toward the runway, final approach looked really good.
Taxi via Charlie.
We had a few corrections. I kind of got distracted and then was above glide slope and had to come to it.
Cross runway 16 center.
But I think we've corrected well there. We didn't overreact.
Charlie left on
Came right back to it, nice and stable. Flare attitude was good. Let it settle in. Nice low number. You guys will be impressed. Not that, not that we go butter chasing on this channel, but we got it today. Overall execution from the turn onto the intercept. Well, let's put it this way. When I re-intercepted it, when I intercepted the localizer the second time, from then on in, I was happy. That first part, I was very unhappy.
Right in there, 5514 on November, cross runway 16 left, contact ground point 7 short of Bravo.
Okay, cross 16 left on November, then ground point 7 short of Bravo, horizon 5514.
Alaska 279 on November, cross runway 1.
Alaska 2041, your right will be right where you're at. Caution that Alaska 73 pushing back.
Yeah, we got a visual on them. You want us to go ahead and call the ramp?
Yeah, go ahead and call ramp 126.87. Are you able to clear Bravo?
Okay, 126.87, and yeah, I can clear Bravo. We're doing it.
All right, thank you.
Ground horizon 5514 is off of November and 16 right, correct on 16 left, we're going to Charlie 16.
Our last aircraft calling, take call sign on.
Horizon 5514.
Alright, horizon 5514. Let's see, left on Bravo to the ramp, enter ramp at spot 55. Let's contact ramp at 126.87, clear of Bravo at spot 55.
Okay, Bravo, spot 55 and 2687, horizon 5514.
Ground Alaska 279, November short of Bravo.
26.
Alaska 279, hold position.
Hold position, Alaska 279.
2687.
Ground Alaska 404, Papa Bravo.
Alaska 404, taxi to the ramp via Bravo, enter at spot 55, and contact ground 126.87 at spot 55.
Okay, Bravo, enter at spot 55, 12687 at spot 55, Alaska 404.
Alaska 279, following the Alaska 73 directly in front of you. Taxi to the gate via Bravo, enter at spot 55, contact ramp 126.87 at spot 55.
Alright, we'll follow.
Ramp horizon 5514 on Bravo, coming up on spot 55. We're looking for, I guess, Charlie 18, Charlie 18.
Horizon 55 before I'm at. You actually want to take a right turn right now at spot 66. I can get you straight into Charlie 18.
Okay, yeah, I don't have the ground map with the spot number, so I can make the right turn right here, and you can let us know where to go. Sorry.
That's correct. Yep, you got it.
Ramp Alaska 41 ready back.
Alaska 41, take the green line all the way to spot 66 and hold short.
Green line over to spot 66 and hold short.
We got the spy raid. Hey, we heard you on frequency there.
2041, company traffic should move in here shortly. You can follow them into, I think, within November 3.
We were actually going to go and take Delta 7, if that's okay to do for Alaska.
Yeah, Tim Dog said heard you on frequency. Yep, we heard Mr. Spy on frequency. We always kind of assume if we hear a 441, there's a very good chance that's 757 Spy, and we were correct tonight.
Gate 405, information Julian, requesting clearance.
So thank you for the support, Mr. Spy, and everybody that came over. Got Wylio, we got Tim Dog, PHT Halo is here, Manaphy Games. Surely you can't be serious.
You should have a PDC. If not, contact clearance.
Let's go ahead and get our taxi light off here.
Roger, contact.
Yeah, we had a real rough intercept onto final approach here, but once we got intercepted, everything went nice and smooth, including a nice squeaky touchdown. So, all's well that ends well, I guess, but it was really, really sloppy getting intercepted.
Alaska 47, turn left.
Manaphy, so my roots of my channel are always geared toward the older, more vintage. So I'm definitely a bigger fan of the BAe rather than the Avros.
Yeah, Alaska 47.
Alaska 47, you're entering the ramp in the wrong direction. I need you to turn your aircraft around, rejoin Whiskey.
Okay, well, let's get the turnaround checklist underway, and then let's figure out who got our entry for our landing rate raffle. Lovis has trouble snagging the Loc in the F28. Yeah, so from the turn, the northbound downwind and the westbound base, the plane it wanted to start diving toward the ground, and I think what happened was it got stuck between capturing the altitude and capturing the speed, because I adjusted the altitude down just as it captured, and it kind of threw it off. So I was like, all right, well, I got to sort this out. So I took it into manual, and then I was just like, I was way too crazy with bank angles. I was in hard IMC by that point, so I was a little disoriented trying to look at too many things at once, and should have just leveled it and stabilized it, but I was struggling to get turned and onto the intercept, and just too many things happening at once. But we got it stabilized. I mean, I'll show you this ground track here.
Alaska 41, do you have the 3 colored lines?
I believe I'm on green. That's not mistaken, Alaska 41.
Yeah, see, we were real shaky through here, but then once we overshot. Or no, we intercepted, but then we turned too tight in. But then once we intercepted the second time, everything was good. And we did hand fly all of this. All of this was hand flown all the way. Really, hand flown from this point. So this first section of hand flying was not real happy. But then once we kind of got corrected and back on, we were good from there. And I think if we look at the altitude and speed, you'll see some spikes. Yeah, right through here. I mean, if we can. Okay, yeah. Statsim.net allows you to zoom in on that section. I think if we zoom in on that section later, we'll see there were some really bad spikes there where my speed and altitude were not under control. But we got it back in, and everything from this point forward, right where Alaska 24 is now, everything from that point forward was nice and smooth. All right, let's get the turn done, guys, and we'll get ready for leg number 2. So parking brake, master warning,
Charlie 17.
Oxygen windows. I'll come back to the questions in the chat in just a moment, guys. Let me get this turnaround moving. Engine gens 1 and 4 can come off.
Alaska 279.
Oops, just off.
Green line all the way around.
Pack number 2 off.
Alaska 404, where you parking?
Throttle's cut off. Let's make sure all 4 went in. Yep, they did. Fasten seatbelt signs off. Fuel pumps 1, 3, and 4 off. Screen and probe heats off. Ice detection switch off. Beacon light off. That's down here.
Alaska 6080 from my frequency. Just make sure you
and then let's go over here. Let's do the wheel trocks, passenger and cargo doors.
Ramp Alaska 328 on Bravo, joining at 55.
Alaska 328.
Let's do an instant D-board.
Off your right wing, you're going to be behind him into 55 and stay parking.
And up top we go.
We're gonna
PTU and AC pumps off, hydraulic pumps off. Notice how we still had hydraulic pressure, even though the hydraulic pumps were not running. That's what these AC and PTU pumps do. They keep pressure in the system even when the hydraulic pumps fail. So neat to see them doing their jobs there until we just turn those off.
Behind company traffic, Alaska 320.
What do we do? We get it down to the 2000 and standby, and y'all never will leave on. Okay, let's do a real quick check of my predictions, and then we will check on your predictions. My predictions involve the flight time and fuel estimates. Your predictions involve the descent rate upon touchdown. Right, hold on, I can't capture that because some stupid Microsoft pop-up just came up over where I need to see. I do not need Microsoft Search. Go away, pop-up window. Don't want it, I don't need it.
Ramp Alaska 758, spot 55, taxi deviate.
Alaska 758, is there a specific you got in mind?
Alright, 9:05 was the predicted. Yeah, we're about 10 minutes late. We took off about 5 minutes late, and then we're about another 5 minutes late. So not doing too bad, though. 14.6 is what was predicted to be in our tanks at this point. And we got 15.6, so we got an extra 1,000 pounds. And I had been concerned about that since the last stream. Last stream, everything just went weird on the last stream, but I think that was all due to icing up in Canada. Everything seems to be behaving itself now this time around. All right, let's look at your predictions. Well, I hope you guys guessed low, because I was nice and stable coming in and set it down on the runway nice and gently. I think whoever guessed lowest is going to win. 33 is the winning number. So we have guesses of 215, 195, 190, Smithy, 1,000. Yeah, thanks, buddy. Appreciate the vote of confidence, although based on my performance, that was probably a reasonable guess at the time based on the information we had. So I guess it's Iowa Scotsman with the lowest, 143.
Delta 2572, information Juliet, now current.
Alright, we'll grab Juliet, Delta 2572.
Well, this is the 758, we're taking Delta 4, if that's right.
Okie doke.
Alaska 758, roger.
Alright, with that, excuse me, with that, let's hop back up to the top and start getting ready for leg number 2 here.
Delta 3688, you're going the wrong way. I need you to pull 180 on Bravo.
CTXCB is here. How are you, sir?
Hi, Ram. Good evening. Alaska 14 is purchase spot 90.
Alaska C14B is here.
Let's go ahead and get leg number 2 filed here. We're going to be Horizon 5514. We're going to B462. Weight categories are medium. SB, DFG, R, Y, I think.
Hell, you need ball bearings. It's all ball bearings nowadays.
Melvin is here. How are you, sir? We're going Seattle, Tacoma, off block at what time? 2:45.
Alright, continue via Bravo and...
We can do that. That's 25 minutes away. We'll be able to make that. 27,000, not 270,000, 27,000 will be fine. Thank you. We'll just keep... We're not RVSM certified, so we're not going up to flight level 2700. Arrival is Redding. Redding, California. Not Redding, Pennsylvania. Redding, California. With Sacramento as our alternate. An hour 30 in the air, 3:43 is in the tanks. In honor of our Ravens fired coach, we got the Harbo 6, or Harub 6, sorry. Harub 6 to Hisku, the Q5, and then Harbor. We got the H alliteration there in the route, so we got the PBN codes B2, C2, D2, and S2. Performance is a Charlie. We are a Brit Aero Regional
We're about ready for push and start here. We've got Juliet
Jet,
on board.
and we got the
356 Seattle ramp, push approved, tail south.
Push approved, tail south, southwest 356.
Twitch stream there. We get that filed. You're definitely not Reading in England, right? Indeed. Okie doke. Back to the top we go. Alright, well, let's go ahead and get the boarding process underway. So, passengers, we're going to put 80. Cargo 2400 in the front. 2400 in the rear. You know, because we like it in the front and the rear there. Let's go a 10-minute boarding. And, yep, okay, that is underway. How did I feel about Harbaugh's release? It was time. He's a good person. I like him. I think his philosophies kind of got stale. And if you think back, Strudel, to earlier in the season when there was all that to do about the culture in the locker room, and they had to get the pinball machines and the PS5s out of there, and you know, the guys were in there playing games, and they needed to empty the locker room of all that distraction and get back to the serious business of football. I think that was a sign that he was just kind of being too nice and, you know, trying to be their buddy, and his reign over them of keeping a good disciplined squad had kind of evaporated over the years. That was my take. CTXTV's got a question. Well, I'm going to try and get this aircraft airborne again while you formulate your question. Alright, we are going to update the ATIS information. It is Juliet now. 29905 is still correct. Runways in use are still correct. 320 at 3. Temperature is 4. Everything is everything is good there.
Southwest 356 Seattle ramp.
Go over southwest 356.
Alright, 29905 should be set across the board, and it is. Field elevation 432 is very, very close to, yeah, you thought I could get around the bot. Well, you did, but you forgot about the manual bot.
That is
Melvin.
correct. Our section kind of acting funny there. But you're also coming in kind of broken, so I didn't catch the second part of that message.
So comm radio set. Let's see, what do you need to... 128.0 is going to be our clearance frequency. CTXTV, so how much would I have to donate for you to do a flight from California to Hawaii? That's a 5-hour flight over open water, even in a fast jet. I'm not into it. You know, I've never opened it up to, hey, if you pay money, I'll be your puppet and do whatever you want me to do. So yeah, it's just not something I have an interest in. Long, boring flight with nothing to do except stare at open ocean. All right, frequency is 128.0 for our clearance. Let's see if we can go ahead and get that. Harbo 6. Strudel wants to get in on the slant artwork adventure, which I do need to catch you guys up on and show you, especially those of you who came over from the spy raid. Let me just get the route plugged into here so you guys can see it. Oh, wait a minute, we just got our pre-departure clearance, I think. So now we don't have to call them up. Harbo Horeb, I keep saying Horbo, Horeb 6 to Hiscu, Q5 and Harper, and then there's no arrival procedure into Reading. There's no star, at least. So Horeb, if we're departing 16s, looks like it's, we'll assume 16 left, but if we have to change it, we'll change it. Kavob, Renby, Richter, Emerald, Hareb, and then Hiscu.
To San Diego, Limerick.
It's just a text description. Let's look at the notes. Okay, all good.
1367, Seattle clearance delivery, stand by.
Okay, DME must be operational for HQM. We know that. For non-GPS, so that doesn't apply to us. Okay, so everything's fairly straightforward here. We just do have some altitude constraints to make sure we can meet, and I'm sure that we can. Let's go ahead and see what our clearance look like. Harb 6, Hiscu, Q5 Harper, so they didn't change anything. 270 didn't change anything. Squawk is 1530. Departure frequency 120.4. Maintain 7,000. And 2687 for push. Okay, so everything there is as expected. We can go back to that ramp frequency 2687. And I think we have everything we need there. Alright, so IFR clearance is obtained. Let's jump down here into the boxes and let's get our delete flight plan, and let's enter KSEA, enter accept. The departure is going to be the Harb 6, and what are they? They are departing left and center. I mean, let's just plan for left, but if we have to change it, we'll change it. So let's go menu, departures, 16 left, enter, Harab 6, enter, to Hiscu, enter, and we'll put that in the flight plan. We'll go back to the nav page and make sure that we're direct to the vector leg there. Okay, good. Now we'll go back to the flight plan page. Okay, so the direct to the vector leg, and then Kavib, and then Renby, and then Ricker, and then Emerald, and then Harab, and then Fepit, and then Hiscu. After Hiscu, it's Q5 and then Harper. So after Hiscu, let's go to a list. And we'll list airways from Hiscu. The only option we have is a Q5. And we're going to take that to Harper, which is at 0.3. And then after Harper, the destination is just the airport, Reading Airport, KRDD. And we don't know yet what approach we're going to do there, so I'm going to leave it just like that for now. Alright, so let's go back to the nav page, flight plan page over here. Altimeters are set, field elevation verified. Comm radios, we got the clearance, FMC, waypoint arms, squawk is 1530. Let's get that set. 1530. And transponder. The initial heading off of the 16 left runway is going to be a 164. This heading off of all of them is going to be a 164. We only have to change 1 point. If we get changed from 16 left to 16 center, we don't have to change 1 point, so we'll be okay there. We'll work that out if we need to. 164 is the initial heading, so let's get that set. Looks like it already is. Yep, okay. We'll go back to RNAV. Get our flight directors on. We'll make sure she arms in heading mode. And the initial altitude, what did we say the initial altitude was? 7,000. And arm that. Okay, we got about 30 more seconds.
Seabird 5 Echo Alpha, looks like you passed about 99, just a little bit there.
Yeah, Slant Alpha's not sleepless in Seattle since CB Flyer, right? Strudel says that's how I felt going Chicago to Dubai. I flew that on the network. That was an 18-hour flight. Yeah, no thank you. I mean, cross the pond is fun because at least you have activity going the entire way across. Other than that, that's the only long haul I'll ever do, except for like the long haul that we set up from, you know, in the DC-6 every year, which of course I didn't participate in this year, unfortunately. But you know, that's a long haul that I'll do. Other than that, you know, those special long hauls that are special events with event traffic and event ATC, long hauls just ain't for me. Hour and a half already starts to feel long. Alright, so we got the doors closed. We can pull the wheel chocks. Actually, should verify we got brake pressure first. But yeah, okay, we'll go ahead and pull the wheel chocks.
Looks like you're still on Bravo, heading towards runway 34.
And let's get our elevator trim set. So we'll just click on the center of gravity, watch the wheel turn. We're good there. We'll get the oxygen systems up and running.
Kind of less work for everybody, considering you wouldn't be going.
We can get the fasten seatbelt signs on.
What would you prefer me to do?
Cruise cabin pressure, we're going to set to 27,000. Right, I'm sorry, what are we, westbound? Yeah, no, we're eastbound, 27,000. So the cabin altitude is going to be sitting right there at about 7,000. Just shy of it, 6,800 or thereabouts, it looks like. So, pressurization set. Ice detection and anti-ice on. TMS, so it is 4 degrees here as well. We'll set that to 650 for initial. Okay, 92.1 and then flaps 18. So all those bugs are now set for our departure. And are we at the correct page for our current weight? I think we are. Current weight's 89. Yeah, okay. So it is on the correct page there. Smart choice not to fly in New York. Apparently a lot of planes in holes, but I got off VATSIM radar. Yeah, no, indeed. We knew that Seattle was going to be slightly less chaotic than New York. Plus we personally owed Seattle some love, so. All good. All right, we got the V-speed set. And let's do a quick recap of the weather. Mostly cloudy skies. A temperature of 4 is what?
Delta 21, taxi via Bravo.
Low 40s, high 30s.
Bravo 99, Delta 21.
Very light winds.
When you can, say your gate number.
We don't have one. We'll take any preferable.
Delta 21, you could take gate CR-16.
Roger, gate CR-16, Delta 21.
Okay. All right, friends. Well, I'm going to take a quick break out of the cockpit. I know that this is an odd time for it. We're just about set to go. But I'm going to take a quick break out for a little liquid recycling. Oh, does it? I thought we had maybe some rain there for a second. But yeah, let's take a quick break out of the cockpit. We'll be right back with leg number 2. Anticipating to get pushed back 10 minutes from now. Okay, so we're on good timing for that. We'll be right back with you in just a few, guys. Sit tight.
Sorry, go down to 21. Holding at 199, go to gate CR-16.
Delta 21, that is true.
Roger, straight to CR-16, Delta 21, thanks.
Alright, we're back with you. Thank you for your patience, friends, and back underway. Live from Studio 5, just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. In the sim, we are live from Seattle, Washington. We're stealing a couple of runs from Horizon Air, which flies Alaska Airlines regional service. So 2 Alaska streams in a row, really, since we were Alaska Airlines mainline just one stream ago in the 737-800. But we're doing Horizon Air in the BAe-146, which of course is a complete bastardization, as a Horizon Air never flew anything like this aircraft. So we got the Continental livery. In our slant artwork adventure, which CB Flyer was asking about, we've got the Alaska livery on the BAe-146 flying through the Seattle skyline. And of course now we got King Kong climbing up the Space Needle and Godzilla stomping the mountain in the back. Strudel wants to get in on that, and if you guys wanted to suggest an addition to that image, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points at the bottom of the chat panel. Let me go ahead and get the plane airborne though, and then I will come back to those of you. Got a couple of you in the queue now, so hold the thoughts on the modifications, but go ahead and put those requests in, and I'll get to them as soon as maybe we get up and on our climb out. Alright, so 2687, and then we're going to be on 217.
Ramp Delta 347 spot.
217, which is over here anyway. Tower frequency we don't know, and then departure frequency was
Straight in Bravo 1 347. Great show. Thank you.
120.4, so we'll get that set to go over here. So if it's Tower East, it's going to be 19.9, which we do have set over there. Okay, well, we'll see. Holding thoughts, right turns, expect further clearance once airborne. Exactly. You got the spirit of it. You guys need to behave. Alright, let's get our pushback planned, just a straight back. If he wants us to pivot one way or the other, we can. I have a feeling that the drill here is going to be to go all the way around. So we'll go ahead and get our pushback requested. Not going to release the parking brake yet. Just going to get the tug set up.
Seattle ramp, last 121, going to spot 8, I believe.
Alright, let's double check that nothing is updated with the ATIS information. Still Juliet, so mostly cloudy, light winds. Low for high 30s, low 40s. Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard Alaska Airlines regional service to Redding, California. We are just about to push back here from the gate and expect to be wheels up in 5 minutes till the top of the hour. Flight time once we're airborne, 1 hour 30 minutes, and we'll be cruising at 27,000 feet for you. Departure weather is looking somewhat overcast. We got mostly cloudy skies, light winds, and temperatures in the high 30s, low 40s. We might have a little bit of bumps as we climb up through the cloud layer, but once we get up to 27,000 feet, we should find some nice smooth air to cruise down to Redding, California for you. So fingers crossed, but do buckle those seatbelts up one extra notch nice and tight as we get ready to get rolling here for you as soon as possible. And we thank you again for riding with us on Alaska Airlines regional service down to Redding, California, operated by Horizon Air. Alright, we've got the pushback requested. We can get the beacon light on. We can come up to the top side of the panel. Let's get the let's get the pack number 1 off. Let's get the rest of the fuel pumps on. And the start master on. And then let's see if we can go ahead and push back.
Orange line ready to go. Alaska 310, take the orange line to spot 66, hold short of 66 and contact ground 121.7.
Alright, orange line 66, we'll contact ground at 66, Alaska 310.
Ramp Horizon 5514 information, Juliet off of Charlie 18. We're ready to push.
Aircraft calling Seattle ramp, call sign.
Horizon 5514, stand Charlie 18.
Horizon 5514, Seattle ramp. Do you have the 3 color lines behind you?
We can figure it out. Blue is the closest one, orange is the furthest one.
Horizon 5514, yep, that's correct. Push to the blue line is approved, tail to the east.
Okay, push to blue, tail east, Horizon 5514. Okay, release the parking brake, release the hold.
Seattle ramp, that's 209, taxiing.
And we'll start with the number 4 and get that started.
Seattle ramp, gate.
So good news is that's kind of what we set up. I don't think we've got that in the sim necessarily, but we did design the push to the first line there.
Delta 209, you can taxi straight into any Sierra gate.
Straight to any Sierra gate, 209.
So, fortunately, that's what we planned. I have the FAA charts, which don't have all this detail. I guess I probably should get the Navigraph charts up in front of me. But this first line behind us is the blue. If he had wanted a deeper push to either green or orange, we could have done that as well. I would have just had to replan the pushback in the toolbar pushback app, but we're good. Okay, number 4, warning light's gone out. Let's come up and fire up number 3. So it should stop us right here.
November 737 Alpha Fox, pulling up to spot 55.
November 737 Alpha Fox, Seattle ramp. You have a gate number?
Negative, sir. We'll just go anywhere. 7 Alpha Fox.
November 737 Alpha Fox, you can take November 18.
Okay, parking brakes back on. We're done with the push. So we should, tail to the east really would have had us facing that way, but we can just pivot before we call them. Okay, red light's off. Let's start the number 2.
Heavy stand Sierra 7 ready for push and start.
Cathay 53 heavy Seattle ramp, thanks for Juliet. Push approved, tail to the south.
Yeah, I don't think I gave you Juliet, but we have Juliet, and we'll push tail south for Cathay 53 heavy.
It's okay, I gave you Juliet.
Alright, that works still.
Don't tell anyone.
Good news, guys. None of that was captured on live stream. Alright, the number 2 is just about ready to go. Hop that up to number 1. Unfortunately, that first approach intercept was captured on live stream. CB, I think you meant this.
It's an entirely different kind of flying, altogether.
It's an entirely different kind of flying.
Seattle ramp, good evening. Alaska 1103, over to push.
Alaska 1103.
Melvin says, I got slant pushback from Denver. Always great to hear you working the ramp. That's so funny. I did that so long ago now. I keep forgetting that it's out there.
Ramp Alaska 1367, ready for taxi.
Alright.
Alaska 1367.
Flaps. Oh, yeah, we don't have hydraulics.
Line to spot 66. It's going to be
Don't have hydraulics up and running yet, so that's going to make getting flaps out kind of difficult.
Get there, so just hold short of him for now.
Take the green line.
Start selector off, start master off, packs back on, probe, heat on, engine anti-ice off,
1103.
gens on,
the Alaska 737 MAX behind you will be clear.
hydro pumps on, and
he's clear of you. Your push is approved.
PTU pumps on. Now we can get flaps 18, and we can check our control surface movement. Don't have a gauge for the tail or the rudder, but somebody will just verify that that's all good. Parking brake is off. Master warning knob is in. Master warning reset. No warnings on the panel. config check. Really technically can't be done. Okay, we are at flaps 18. And we're good. And ramp horizon 5514's off stand, Charlie 18. We actually do have Juliet. We're ready to go.
Horizon 5514, thank you so much. Taxi, spot 66, hold short, contact ground 121.7.
Alright, spot 66. I'm assuming that's orange line short of this first taxiway.
Horizon 5514, yeah, basically just short of whiskey.
Okay, that works. Horizon 5514.
Alright, so 209 going off seal.
Alaska 1367, you can follow the horizon spot 66 once you're holding
21.
short number 1 at spot 6.
Ground horizon 5514 is 66 short of whiskey with Juliet.
Horizon 5514, runway 16 left, taxi via Bravo, Charlie.
16 left via Bravo, Charlie, horizon 5514. Okay, so we got the runway we programmed.
And Horizon 5514, out of curiosity, what's your aircraft type? I've never seen Bravo 462.
Yeah, it's the British Aerospace 146. It's that tiny little high-wing regional jet 4 engine.
Oh, yeah, okay. The BAe-146, got it.
That's the one.
Seattle ground, Alaska 1367, spot 66.
Alaska 1367, Seattle ground, good evening, runway 16 left, taxi via Bravo, Charlie, following the Horizon 146.
Alright, runway 16 left, Bravo, Charlie, following the Horizon, Alaska 1367.
Alright, so we're rolling. We can get our weather radar on. Other taxi out checks to do. Minimum departure fuel 5,300 kilos. And we got 65, 60, we got 7,000, we got 35 in each, so we're good. We got plenty of fuel. Should have done a brake check prior to leaving the ramp, but we'll do a brake check. We'll make sure we have pressure. Yeah, we do. Yeah, departure frequency is set. And get transponder mode to TARA. We'll do that just a little early here.
Ground up and going, Cathay 853 heavy, spot 88 with Juliet.
So the tower frequency is going to be there, and then the departure frequency is going to be there at 120.4.
Runway 16 left, taxi via Bravo, Charlie.
Alright, Bravo, Charlie, 16 left for Cathay 853 heavy.
And we're pretty much going to go right into LNAV.
Horizon Air 5514, contact tower now 119.9, we'll see you.
19.9 for tower, Horizon 5514, we'll see you.
And ground, good evening, Alaska 11,
Foxtrot India, Roger. Remain outside of the Seattle Class Bravo airspace. Radar service terminated. Squawk VFR. Frequency change approved.
That'll be number one when we get up there.
For Charlie Fox India, thank you very much.
Ryanair 1997, Seattle Tower, good evening. Taxi straight ahead on November. Cross runway 16 center. Hold short runway 16 left.
Go taxi November past runway 16 center and hold at 16 left, Ryanair 1 and MSFS.
Alaska 310, wind 3203, runway 16 left, clear for takeoff.
16 left, clear for takeoff, Alaska 310.
Down Horizon 5514's short of 16 left, ready.
Right there, 5514 Seattle Tower, good evening. Runway 16 left, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, 16 left, horizon 5514.
Tower, Alaska 13.
Okay, strobes are coming on since we are entering the runway. We're not going to do the forward-facing lights until we are clear to go. Taxi lights can come off.
Alaska 310, contact departure. Have a good flight.
For departure, Alaska 310.
Horizon Air 5514, wind 3203, runway 16 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 16 left, horizon 5514.
Alaska 1367, runway 16 left, line up and wait.
Spin the throttles up, no warnings, no vibrations.
TMS sets takeoff.
Takeoff power coming at you. We're going to push the yoke forward, pin that nose wheel down just to make sure we get good nose wheel steering until we get the 80 knot call.
7 is now holding November, runway 16 left.
Okay, there we go. We're going to release that forward pressure.
Holding short, runway 16 left, to departure track.
V1, rotate.
Okay, rotating.
V2.
Pitch to the bubble speed.
Climb, gear up.
Right there, 5514, contact departure. Have a good flight.
Well, departure, horizon 5514. 0.4. Okay, we're 1650, so we can go ahead and lower the nose and pick up some speed. Initial 7,000. Seattle departure horizon at 5514 to 2,700 going 7. Keep it 7,000, right?
Clear of conflict.
Okay, we're going to continue to trim the nose down. Try and pick up some airspeed. Okay, let's get
VFTO, safe height speed, slow to flaps.
Okay, let's capture that vertical speed and go into autopilot. Flaps will come in. Rebug 250 knots.
Traffic.
Go on to windy. Need to be at 3,000 or above, and we are.
Clear of conflict.
1367 with you out of Seattle, 2,600, finding settlement.
Got to recapture 250, overshot it. So we'll just pitch up until the aircraft slows.
Alright, direct Puma, climb maintain 7,000, Alaska 1367.
Okay, we're going to level it off at 7. Well, that means I got to bring the speed back here. Okay, altitude capture's on. Let the autopilot manage to turn, but throttles to 7,000 here. Okay, we got some ice. Let's get anti-icing on. Continuous ignition can be left on. We're still just a little bit quick. Okay, which point are we heading to now? Richer to Emerald. Okay, we're back at 250 now, so let's throttle and maintain it.
Alaska 310 contact. Seattle Center 135.45.
13545, Alaska 310. Yeah.
Alaska 1367, climb maintain 15,000.
15,000, Alaska 1367.
Horizon 5514, clear direct power off, climb maintain 15,000.
Right, direct Harab at 15,000, Alaska 5514. 7, enter. LNAV. And then up to 15. Okay, 250 set. Max continuous thrust now set. Okay, we're direct to Harab. Okay. Back to 250. Alright, friends. Let's see if I can catch up with the slant artwork adventures. So, we got the fictional Alaska livery BAe-146 flying past Seattle with King Kong and with Godzilla. So, Strudel, you were first in line. Let me know what you'd like to add to that. Oh, yeah, I overshot that, didn't I, bet, Dave? Thank you.
Alaska 1357, contact Seattle Center 135.45.
We're through 10,000. We can get forward-facing lights off.
Alaska 1367, yeah.
Let's do a pressurization check. Differential pressure should be about a third of the way up. And it is. Cabin climbing at a normal rate.
Horizon Air 5514, contact Seattle Center 132.07.
3207, Horizon 5514. I wondered if that was me. Every time they make a call and no one answers, I panic and assume it's from me. Half the time I'm right. Seattle Center Horizon Air 5514, 13,000 for 15,000. Flight level 270, Horizon Air 5514. All right, so Strudel, if you're still hanging, let me know what you want to do to the image. And then CB Flyer, after you see Strudel's contribution, you can let me know as well. Give Strudel another minute or two just in case he's got his hands full with his airplane or something. But Strudel, if you're listening, finally ready to listen and see what you want to do, what you want to add to the image. Now he added a couple things earlier, so if we don't hear from him in the next minute or two, CB, we'll go ahead and jump the line for now. I tell you what, once we get through the transition altitude, we'll do another cabin pressure check, and then CB, if he hasn't answered by then, we'll just go ahead and jump the line. It's been a while. He's been waiting a while, so certainly no fault of his if he happened to step away. Yeah, say again, Jim. Says, was that for me? Is a question I ask at least twice a flight. Sometimes I ask and look dumb. Sometimes I don't and look dumber. Right? I know. Right? And you've got the perfect Twitch username for it, right? It's all good though. It happens to the best and worst of us. All right, Stevie, go ahead and let me know what you want to do, man. I think Strudel either stepped away or maybe gave up. But I'll negate his points so he doesn't lose them. We're gonna have a Starbucks somewhere, right, Stevie? Okay, that's a fair point. All right, so we did the local altimeter, but or standard altimeter rather, but I didn't do the second pressure check. So I always like to say through 10,000, the diff pressure should be about a third of the way up. Through 18,000, it should be about 2/3 of the way up, and then at cruise, it should be all the way up. Cabin altitude climbing to, I think we said it was going to settle in at 6,800 based on the current. Yeah, it's going to end up at like 6,800, so it's almost there now. Meaning it should stop climbing in just a moment. Yeah, it wants us to put the throttles up, but I think in the blue lights it's telling us that it knows that we don't have any more forward to push them. Yeah, so the cabin altitude's got about another 800 feet to go, and then the differential pressure will climb right up to underneath the yellow mark when it makes its way up there. It's already chewing on the, it's already chewing on the TV. Yeah, there we go. Starbucks right in the foreground there.
Connect approach 25-6, have a great night and a great weekend, right here, 2342. Thank you.
Now, one thing I don't know enough about this aircraft. We're getting some kind of a fault on the ice detection, and I don't know what that means and what I'm meant to do about it. We do have ice detection on, and we got an ice protection fault. Okay, so no ice detected now, and we're well above the moisture, the visible moisture, and we might be below the outside air temp where it's a critical factor. Yeah, outside air temp is getting lower. Once you get, I always heard below negative 10, it should stop being a factor. But we should be able to turn all this stuff off now. And the continuous ignition off. Of the other thing I didn't do, we can turn engine air on, APU air off, and the APU off. And then I don't know if I came up top and turned off the backup hydraulic pumps or the emergency hydraulic pump systems. So I never really did that. That was a 10,000 foot check that I kind of blew past. Okay, but we now have that done. Done with that, and done with that, actually. Only thing we got is the airport diagram at Reading. Let's maybe kind of start figuring out what our arrival into Reading is going to look like. I don't know. So Reading is going to be in Oakland Center's airspace. It doesn't look like Oakland's on right now, but we'll plan for them to become on. But let's also start planning for what approach would we select if it was completely up to us. And we're done with that ACARS tab as well. So let's pull a METAR observation at Reading, KRDD. Actually, this begs another question. Let's look real quick. On SkyVector, is Reading, it's a Class Delta tower, I'm pretty sure. I believe it's got a tower to it. Is that tower going to be open when we get to it? I don't know. So that's the first thing. Is this going to be towered field or non-towered field? That's the Klamath Falls sectional. Let's go over to the... Okay, Reading Regional. So the tower closes at 9:30 Pacific time. So that's 9, 10, so that would be midnight 30 Eastern time. So that would technically still be open by the time we get there. We're going to be getting there like right before it closes. Right around the time that it closes, actually. Very close to the time that it closes. No, wait a minute. Yeah, we're going to be getting there in just over an hour. So we will be getting there well within the tower's operating hours, 9:30 p.m. Pacific time. So if Oakland Center were to come on, that should be serviced as though it is a towered field. However, Oakland Center is currently not on, and so we need to start thinking about what approach do we want when we get there. And by the way, what's the common traffic advisory frequency there if we need it? 19.8. It says that right there. Control Tower 19.8 also with the Sea-Tac mark there. So lots of places to get that information if you want it. Also on the airport diagram, tower frequency 19.8. METAR, we said, wind is calm there. Okay. Wind is calm, 3005. I'm going to go ahead and increase that 3005. We don't have one of those fancy schmancy altimeters that you can, pre-arm the local, but we'll just set the local down here. It's going to make these look funny because they'll look like they're off from each other. But we'll all know that we're really flying off of this one. And then this is just going to be a reminder of what the local altimeter is at Reading. And we'll check it again prior to getting there. So what approaches do we have into Reading? We got RNAV, so we got 16 and 34. That seems to be their main runway. They got this 5,000 foot, crosswind runway. The main runway seems to be the north-south one, 16 and 34. And it looks like, if I had to guess, it looks like their primary runway is 34. And they have a back course approach still published in 16. Well, I almost want to fly the back course just because we haven't done one of those in a while. And we got a DME arc, we can fly to the back course.
Delta 330, Seattle Center, last time maintain level 3, manager.
Delta 390, Delta 330.
Yeah, so I guess what we're going to do, guys. We're going to fly a localizer back course approach. And I'm gonna go ahead and put it into the FMC. Oops.
Seattle FNO Southwest 1866 at a flight level 277 Southwest 1866 Seattle Center, good evening, descend by the Hawk, set arrival landing south, set altimeter 296. Set by the Hawk, landing south, get in 96, Southwest 1866.
Overshot our cruise altitude because for some reason I hadn't armed that. Oh, because we leveled off and then we climbed again, and I forgot to rearm it.
Alaska 375, connect Seattle approach 125.6, have a good night. 176, Alaska 375, connect. Copy. Copy.
Alright, so we'll get back to our assigned cruise here. Caught it before center said anything, that's a good thing. Alright, and then we'll go back to, and once we're captured, we should click over to capture here in just a moment. Okay, there we go. Now max continuous thrust, back up to where we were. Now let's bug our cruise altitude, or cruise speed rather. Mach 7.1 or thereabouts. Seatbelt signs can come off.
Good evening, Seattle Center. Front country 999. Climbing to flight level 150. Front country 999, Seattle Center, coming to level 370. Sorry, could you repeat that, please? Front country. Front country 999, coming to level 374. Climb and maintain flight level 370, front country 999.
Alright, there we go. Alright, we got the seatbelt signs off. And speed's coming up. Once we get the speed up to where we want it, we can knock it down to 640 in terms of the... I think I have it set to 660 right now. We have it set to 650, okay. Well, we'll see what 650 does for us. Speed's coming in now. Let's go ahead and do that. Alright, it wants us to lower the throttles. So we'll lower the throttles until the white lights go out on that top row of buttons. Okay, top row lights are out. See, right through here. And then let's watch the speed. Speed might still come up a little bit, but we don't want it to drift up too fast. If it keeps drifting up that fast, then we'll knock the temperatures down even more. In the meantime, we do need to go ahead and set up our approach. Yeah, it's still rocketing up. Let's knock it down to 630 and see what that does for us. Still coming up at a pretty good clip. Let's just keep an eye on it. Meantime, I'm going to go ahead and tell the FMC that we're going to do that look back course here. The flight plan, menu. Yeah, it's still rocketing up. Look at that. Let's drop it to 600 and see what happens.
Center United 2332, level out 15,000 on 41 minutes 5.
Okay. So where we can watch the ground speed and see if it's creeping up, creeping down, or keeping stable. Let's go to arrivals. We're going to land runway 16, enter. There's no star. Let's go to the approach. And let's do the localizer back course, enter. And which we're going to kind of come from the north and west a little bit, right? So let's say folds is the one that we're going to actually do. And then let's put that into the flight plan. Alright, still creeping up, but it's not creeping up at a rapid pace anymore, so let's just... Still creeping up. Are we going to have to set it to 5 something? That'll be the first. Okay, so Harper. So wow, we're inbound to Harper now. Or no, we're inbound to Hisku now. And then Harper. And then after Harper, it's just another 105 miles to Folds, and then we're on to the approach. Folds, and then 7,600. Right, and then we got some helper points in. And then Miller at 4,400. Yeah, that's so it's got some points along the arc to help us join Miller. So it'll steer us. The RNAV will steer us pretty well from that point Folds right on in. But I feel like we really going to want to navigate it through the analog means. All right, let's watch. Let's make sure that doesn't drift up any more. Okay, well, let's go nav over here. Let's go VNav over here. Because we know we want to go to... yeah, after Folds, and then 7,600. Yeah, so that all works right there. Alright, speed seems stable. Well, let's start setting up the analog radios to navigate this approach through the old school means. Because we'll direct ourselves to Folds after Harper. We do this. Yeah, and then we'll be on an arc kind of over the water and then down. That's kind of nice. Yeah, right over the water. That'll be gorgeous. We really could do it as a visual if we could see the water. What was the METAR in terms of the cloud cover? 10 statute miles view at 5,500. So depending on where that's measuring from the airport elevation is 500 feet. So that's 6,000 mean sea level for those cloud bases. And we're going to be doing this at 7,600. So we'll be above the cloud bases coming over this this portion that's over the lake. Yeah, it's kind of a shame. It looks like it'll be pretty. Alright, I'm going to set, so we're transmitting and receiving on COM 1. I'm going to set 19.8 over here on COM 2 so that we're ready to switch over to that if and when we need to. And that's if we don't get, if we end up with Oakland Center. Oakland Center will also be our tower controller. If we don't get Oakland Center, then we're on our own for the descent, and then we're on a common traffic advisory frequency for arrival on airport. But yeah, let's use the FMC to get to this point Folds, But then let's fly this through the conventional navigation, guys. It'll be fun. I haven't done one of these in a long, long time.
Traffic 12 o'clock, 15 miles, so southbound A320 for 2350, climbing from 240.
We're looking for him. There's clouds down there. We'll look out for him, though.
5514, roger.
Somewhere in this area, maybe. All right, 1087 and 166. Now, remember though, it's a back course. So the trick with a back course is, instead of setting 166 and watching the needle go the opposite way that you're expecting, set the needle toward the normal way, so 346, and then it'll swing the correct way. So we'll do that. 1087 and 346. If we go missed, straight to 2, then left to 5. And which one of these? 044 off of Reading. 1435, 044. .35 and 044. So the excellent news there is that in this second DME, we'll have a nice countdown of our distance to the airport. We also, the nice thing is we have an RMI here. So with this RMI, we don't have to fiddle around with the course. We'll just keep the RMI directly off to our right. It's going to be easy, guys. It's going to be super easy. So when we're flying along, here, bearing the station is just right off of our right-hand wing. So as long as we just keep the RMI facing the way, of course it faces this way because it's parked, because it's not receiving anything. But when it is receiving something, it should just point straight off to there anyway, and that'll be a good sign that it's that we're flying a perfect arc. And then, kind of the fun thing is, if you're trying to be 17 miles and you're a little bit too, I'll show you here. So as we're watching this gauge, okay. So if we're a little bit too far, okay, it should be 17.0. Let's see if I can draw over here. So as we navigate around the arc, if we're a little bit too far, then we want to turn so that we want to turn it in sharp. So we want to turn to where the arrow is kind of behind the 3 o'clock position, so we're kind of turning in more toward it. Or no, sorry. We want to turn in more toward it so that it should be ahead of us. So that is how we make the distance less. If we turn it in wide so that it's more away from us, then we're doing this. We're getting farther. So that's how we make the distance increase. So if we're pointed somewhat toward it, then this is going to decrease. If we're pointed somewhat away from it, then it's going to increase. If it's straight off to our 3 o'clock even, then there should be no change. So that makes sense. Yeah, if it's ahead of you, you're pointing slightly toward it. You're sideways, but slightly toward it. That'll make the mileage decrease. If you're going slightly away from it, that'll make the mileage increase. So that's a fun. It's real kind of simple circle geometry if you know it. If you can kind of visualize how it works. Pretty cool. Pretty fun stuff. We're at 67 miles from top of the set. Yeah, so this will be a fun. So what I'll do, simple to understand, a bit harder to fly. It's not that bad, rookie. Of course, you know, it depends on how much of it I'm trying to hand fly at that point. But if you're doing it all with, you know, autopilot and heading, sorry, I didn't mean to smack you guys right in the eardrums there. If you're doing it all with, you know, altitude hold and heading bug, it's not terribly bad. But you know me, I'll probably kick the autopilot off and hand fly it just for the challenge. I got to make up for that atrocious hand fly. Atrocious hand flying and atrocious pronunciation as well. That atrocious hand flying that I did from the downwind to the base turn and then base on to the intercept up in Seattle. Oh, just. I'm lucky I didn't kill us all. Alright, for those of you who joined late, we got our slant artwork adventure. Our slant artwork adventure underway. So we take an image depiction description that we feed it into ChatGPT at the very beginning of the stream. Have it create an image that's representative of what we're up to that night. We got the Alaska branded BAe-146, which is not what's on the outside of our livery tonight. But for pretend, we've got an Alaska branded BAe-146. We're flying as Horizon Air. And decided to fly it right past the downtown Seattle cityscape. And then, of course, then we had to add some fun stuff to it. We had a King Kong climbing up the Space Needle. We got Godzilla stomping up Mount Rainier in the background. And, of course, we got Space Needle sponsored by Starbucks, of course, as it should be. So if you want to get in on that action and make a suggestion, something you want to add to this image or modify about this image, cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. The bottom of the chat panel, you got the button that represents the Alphabets icon that represents our Twitch channel points. You got the button next to that tells you how many of those points you have, and click on it to cash in 500 of those and gets you in the queue to add to or modify our slant artwork adventure. So is it still the case that Rookie 31st, what would you like to do to it? What would you like to do to unhinge that image even more? So yeah, it looks like we might have another sector of Seattle to be passed to here momentarily. Possibly. I mean, we don't know necessarily. Yeah, different altitudes. we might have a little ways yet. But it does look like Oakland Center not online at this time. That could change. It's, you know, it's 3 hours earlier over there. It's still just now getting past dinner time over there. So, Rookie, what are we doing? What would you like to do to that image? We got either a banner with North to the Future or yeah, either attached to my plane or to another plane somewhere in the image. We can figure that. The Alaska state slogan, I think, right? So yeah, we totally did not overshoot our cruise altitude by 700 feet. We did overshoot it by 669 feet, however.
Seattle FNO, Alaska 247, climbing 11,000 to 15,000.
Alaska 247, Seattle FNO, Alaska, maintain flight 320.
Climbing 320, Alaska 247.
It's still working on that. Every now and then it gets hung up on copyright stuff, but I don't know that there's a copyright associated with that. So it might have been a false positive on its copyright detection. But most of the time, even if it does come across, if we do come across a copyrighted character or someone's likeness or whatever, if it's hung up on that in the past, normally I can tweak the wording to make it like slightly generic. But I'm not quite sure what it thought was out of bounds there. Yeah, I mean, okay. So, fairly benign. I think we got it, right? I'll call that a win. And again, guys, if you're new to the channel or haven't been here in a while, 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, cashed in there via the bottom of the chat panel. right next to that alphabet serial icon. That'll get you in on the queue to add to or modify that image. Pop it through the cloud tops here. Outside air temp -40. We should be immune from any icing situations. But this is kind of where you typically get the worst of it's coming right through the cloud tops there. Alright, how are we doing on top of the descent? $99 miles. Okay. The other thing we didn't do, we didn't finish the approach briefing really. So we got the approach frequency in course 7. We got the missed approach frequency in course 7. Missed approach altitude we said was 5,000 minimums. Since this is a non-precision approach, we expect some fairly high minimums here. You got 960, so we're just going to call it 1,000 round figures. 455 above ground level. Now again, you got to be careful when you're setting an alerter to your minimums on a Category 1 approach. You are bound to a barometric altitude minimum. If you're setting an alerter via the ground level, that can get you in trouble. And let me draw a diagram as to why. The classic case of this is if the airport is on a plateau, right? So here's your approach path, right? If you get to the this point is the missed approach point. And you know, so this is, we'll call it hold on, my mouse decided to die. We'll say the minimums are 250, right? However, this is another 250 to the ground here. So if you're coming in on this and you're waiting until that radio altimeter goes off in order to make your missed approach decision, when is that ground? When is that radio altimeter going to holler at you? It's going to be late. It's not going to. It's not going to yell at you until here. You know, and so you're gonna get a late alert if you set it to the ground level, but the ground rises as you get to the airport. So that because this chart is designed so that the minimum is in terms of a barometric altitude, you can't just set and forget and assume you're going to be okay. So that's why I always say, you know, you're going to want to set it to higher to account for any variance between the ground elevation at the runway threshold and at the missed approach point. So I want to add a couple hundred feet to that just to buffer it and be safe. But we're really, just note that regardless of when the alert goes off, we're legally bound in terms of executing this approach. We're legally bound to this 960, what I'm going to call 1,000 barometric altitude, regardless of what the ground elevation is there. So, and that's why this placard is here, right? You should be, if you're going to set the alerter based on the ground elevation, you should be looking at a Category 2 ILS chart, which is designed for that purpose. Category 1 isn't really, but, you know, we'll just set the decision height specifically, or sufficiently high as to hopefully not be a factor. So 455 above ground level. I'm going to add 150 feet to that. Call it 600, knowing that it's going to be hopefully 1,000. Hopefully this will go off before 1,000 mean sea level. So minimums are set. 1,000 barometric. V speeds will do one look closer. Wind is reported as calm. Let's just double check.
Alaska 237, clear direct, OG, coming to level 320.
Clear direct, OG,
Wind reported as calm. 3005. Yeah, 3005 is already set there. Yeah, look, 100-foot difference. And looks like it's a right-hand turn-off. Yeah, so we'll kind of plan to roll it somewhat long. And maybe off at Alpha 5 here. It's a 7,000-foot runway, and this is going to be maybe 4,500 here. So roll it slightly long, but we'll roll it too long. We want to hop off right here and end up right at the terminal. So if we turn off just after the crossing runway and we're pointed toward the tower, the terminal's just south of the tower. But a right-hand turn off if we make it down successfully, straight to 2,000 and then left to 5,000 if we go missed. Alright, so does that complete our approach briefing? I know I need to do the V-speeds yet. Other than the V-speeds, are we set here? Approach frequency and course is set. Missed approach frequency and course is set. Missed approach altitude straight to 2 left to 5. Minimums we talked about, so we'll call it barometric 1,000. V-speed is the only thing we're holding on. Crosswinds, not a factor. Wind is calm. Ceiling and visibility we know is 6,000. Yeah, 6,000 means sea level is our expected cloud bases. And right-hand turn off if we make it down. Okay, we're good. Good, and we're going to pick up the approach from this point folds. We can use the RNAV to guide this path, but really to do it right, we're going to use the conventional nav, and we're going to fly this 17-mile arc and then join the back course. Coming up on the Point Harper. 15 miles from Harper. 55 miles from 55 miles from the top of the center. And still no sign of Oakland Center, which again, you know, that's fine. It's not there, man. I don't want anyone to think I'm dissing them by saying that. Sorry. I'm distracted by a few things on the other screen here. Alright, 37 miles from top of descent, and still hanging on to Seattle Center here.
25, Golf Bravo, connected approach 1204, good day.
So really, when we are getting ready to start down, I think what I'll just ask him is instead of asking for a descent, I think I'll just ask him if he's willing to just drop us to advisors. Strudel says, I am a brave soul. I took a turbine Duke out of Seattle and felt like I was going to be blown off the taxiways by all the supers and heavies. We ended up skipping your turn when we finally got back to our slant outward adventure. We ended up skipping your turn, so but I negated your contribution of channel points. So you should have those back. But if you want to get back in on that action, we've added Starbucks, a giant Starbucks in front of the Space Needle, and we got the Alaska slogan, North to the Future, hanging off the plane. So if you want to get back in on that action, go ahead and cash in 500 of those Twitch channel points. So then this goes for anybody. Anybody who wants to add to our slant artwork adventure, cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel, and that'll put you in the queue, and then you can let me know once I call your name. You can let me know what you'd like to do to add to or modify that image.
Sun Country 999.
Class 11 360, change approved. Alright, 5514, frequency change approved.
Rise 5514, frequency change approved, thanks.
Southwest 8, frequency change approved. Sun Country 9, 999, frequency change
Okay.
approved.
So what did we say it was? 19.8. So we're going to go ahead and do that. All right, and 14 miles from top of descent, and it wants us to descend at 1650 to get to that point. Which is called Folds. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have just turned on the fasten seatbelt signs. We ask that you return your seats and fasten your seatbelts as we are getting ready to start a descent into Redding, California. The cabin crew is going to come around, one final time to collect trash and take care of any last minute needs. And we expect to be on the ground in just about 25 or 30 minutes. The weather at Redding is currently showing, I guess I should have this ready. Showing calm winds, partly cloudy skies, and mid 40s for temperatures. And we'll be down there, as I said, in about 30 minutes. And we'll see you on the ground safe and sound, and thanks again for flying with us on Alaska Airlines regional service to Redding, California. You're back up at 18.2, yeah? You can cash in 500 of those. What are we going to do to that? What are we going to do to that image? So I'm going to go ahead and just drop to 8,000 for now. And arm that. Actually, let's keep it in altitude hold for the moment. So I am going to go into descent, and then we're just going to sync the throttles. I'm going to just pull them back. It's going to arm that, and then as the speed drops from 290 to 280, We want some F-22s flying past King Kong. Okay. So we'll, as the speed went past 280, we kicked it into indicated airspeed hold mode. So now it wants us descending at 2,000 feet per minute. Okay, so that means I'm going to ease the throttles out. At this point, if the plane's pitching for a constant speed, then the more throttle you pull out, the steeper a descent it's got to achieve in order to keep that speed. If you got a lot of throttle in, it might only need to pitch down a tiny bit to keep that speed up. But if you pull out the throttle, it's got to pitch down even steeper to keep the speed where you set it. So the throttle ends up controlling the descent rate. Alright, so we wanted about 1950, and we're doing pretty close to that. Doesn't have to be exact. Okay. Alright, so ChatGPT is working on the image. Shirtle's doing a Seaboy flight. Now, see, I did the opposite. I did Boise. You're a child, and I am a dad. Got some ice detection. Engine and surface anti-icing. Continuous ignition. Let's check on our descent rate. It wants us at 1800. We're a little above that. Put some throttle back in to shallow that descent just a touch. And I'm going to kick this into heading mode. Now, we're not receiving that VOR yet. So once we're receiving the VOR, alright, ice no longer detected, but we are going through visible moisture, so we'll just leave all that stuff on. Coming up on transition, so we'll go back to locally advertised altimeter setting. That means that we're no longer at flight level anything. We're now at something thousand or something thousand something hundred, but no longer at flight level anytime you're set to a locally advertised altimeter. Yeah, it wants us to shallow this descent. Alright, and especially with the anti-icing on, we're not really going to be able to pull the throttles all the way back to zero. But let's go ahead and get the APU restarted so that the APU can not only provide that additional, well, can provide the bleed power that is powering our climate control. That way we can have all the bleed power back to the engines if we need it for a go-around. But that APU will also provide us electricity, and that way we don't have to worry about losing sufficient electrical power if we need to pull the engines all the way back to idle. Oh, and we should be setting the cabin altitude. What's the... So 510, so just above 500. Yeah, we need to start to pressurize the aircraft for arrival. Okay, so APU power. Let's get the APU air on, engine air off. Okay, it wants us descending at 1600. That's about what we're doing. So we're good. There we go. I don't know if they're F-22s, Striddle, but we got some sort of a little squadron of jets attacking Mr. King Kong there. Coming up on 10,000. Let's do a couple things early. Get our hydraulic emergency crossfeed systems up and running. We did the APU stuff. Let's go ahead and get landing and turn off lights on. Still nothing on that still nothing on that VOR. We do have it set to conventional nav over there on the right hand side. Once it's at 1550. All of a sudden we hit a bit of a updraft or there, something. Okay, we're all good though. Oh yeah, no worries, Shootle, no worries. It was something ridiculous, like 40 minutes after you'd put the request in. So. You're talking about just now. I was talking about earlier when you had put the request in and I never got to you. It was like 40 minutes after you put it in that I was ready for you. So yeah, we got a little squadron of attack jets dogging King Kong there. I don't know if they're F-22s, probably not. They don't at all like F-22s, but little fighter jets. Close enough. Alright, so it wants us down at 1550. I know the AI stuff's really looking good. ChatGPT in particular does a really good job. And it's kind of fine-tuned and optimized to exactly this kind of task. This kind of like ridiculous, if you can dream it, we can make it look somewhat photorealistic kind of thing, you know. I feel like it's optimized / fine-tuned for like ridiculous parody images. I tell you what, let's capture vertical speed, and then let's slam the throttles all the way back to 0 because I want to get the speed down to 210 now. Gotta get it below 250 because we're about to go under 10,000 feet. Oh, did I get? Yeah, I got. Yeah, forward-facing lights on. So let's shallow the descent out. Let some speed bleed off before we descend any further. Okay, now we got the VOR. I'm going to go ahead and put it into... Oh, I am in heading mode, actually. We're going to put it into our nav, I'm sorry, yeah, conventional nav mode. And we're at 22 miles. Okay, now we got the back course as well. So the back course is registering here. The VOR is registering on this double needle here. So when we get down to 17, we're going to turn to where that that needle is right off to our right-hand side. And we're going to start that turn prior to 17, actually. Okay? So we need to roll out on a 17 DME. And, you guessed it,
autopilot disconnected.
hand line. It's a bit early yet, but you guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We shall know that you need a descent rate in either case. And the closest predictor will get an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. That'll be pulled 1 week from tonight. We got a lot going on 1 week from tonight, by the way. Oh, 17. I missed the turn there. Let's see if I do a better job of hand flying in IMC. Really overshot the 17, so I'm going to come back. Remember I said if I put the arrow slightly behind me, then that'll increase the distance. Oh, I'm pitched up way too high. We need to kind of be descending maybe back down to 8, so. So really, really overshot the 17. I wasn't paying attention at all. So we're actually going to come back almost 180 it back out to that 17. Let's keep 8,000 here, so 2 degrees up. Be ready to add some throttle back in. Don't need to just yet. Yeah, let's add a little bit of throttle back in. Okay, so 16.1 and increasing now. We're almost going directly away from the VOR. We almost completely 180 there to get back out to that 17. Okay, there's 17. So let's now turn in to where we are perpendicular to that VOR course, the VOR bearing. Okay, we're overshot it again. We're 18.4, but I'm going to turn. So here's where. So if I keep that double arrow pointed off to the right, we would stay exactly at 18.6. So I'm going to turn it slightly ahead of that. Meantime, okay, yeah, you guys already started putting the numbers in. I was just going to say, you guys can start putting in the predictions as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary. Let's keep 7,600, by the way. No bot command necessary, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you need a descent rate either way. And the closest predictor is going to get an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. Okay, so 17.8 now. Okay, so there's 17.4. I'm going to ease it back out to a perpendicular course now. So I'm going to fly it until that needle is just pointed right off to our 3 o'clock, and we're going to keep it there. Okay. And then when it's a 166, that is basically when we are going to turn in and join that. Oh, we just missed our localizer. Now we're on the altitudes. So 15.9, we can be down at 5,800. We can be at 4,400. The flight directors are distracting. I'm just going to turn it off. So 11 miles out, we can go to 4,400 feet. And we're picking up a lot of speed. I'm going to throw the spoilers out. Slow us down. Might see the runway right here. Continuous ignition would stay on anyway. Forward-facing lights are already on. We'll alert the cabin crew. 11, 4,400, 6.5, 3,000. We can get down to 3,000 now. Missed approach altitude should be set at 5,000, by the way. Okay. Drop the gear. So 3,000 at 6.5. Alright, yeah, we got the runway in sight. Alright, straight to 2, left to 5 if we go missed, right hand turn off if we make it down.
2,500.
Alright, 3,000 at 6.5, so let's level off just a bit here. Okay, so there's 3,000 at 6.5. We can now go to 1,500 at 2.5, but we've got the runway in sight, so we can just fly it visually from here. Reading traffic. Horizon 5514's BAe-146, 6 out for runway 16. Full stop. Reading. Alright, keep the predictions coming, guys, for the descent rate upon touchdown. Okay, we're pretty much at final approach speed. We get landing flaps out. Correct center line, a little bit to the right. Speed's looking good. Should be at 1,500, 2.5 out. Okay. I feel like we're okay on glide here. I don't know, I feel like we're coming in a little high and steep. Do need to correct a little bit more over to the right. Okay, final approach checks here.
Copy, engine secure.
Gears down in green. Landing flaps set and checked.
1,000.
Missed approach altitude 5,000 set. Missed approach straight to 2,000 and left to 5,000. If we make it down successfully, right hand turn off. Landing checks are complete. Okay, speed's looking good. We're still showing high on the glide, on the visual glide
Plus
path
100.
indicators. Okay, there's a white and red.
Minimums.
Landing. We did say the minimums were right around 1,000 AGL, or 1,000 mean sea level when the alerter went off.
500.
Just in time.
$50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Ground idle.
I'm starting to feel like I know what I'm doing in this plane, guys.
Brake pressure seen. 80 knots.
We're not gonna make that turn off. We'll go to the end.
60 knots.
Yeah, that was nice and stable. I was very happy with it. The execution on the arc wasn't great. I got distracted. I didn't turn. I was supposed to turn probably about 2 miles prior to that 17. And then we overshot the correction too. So the execution on the arc wasn't great, but once we got established on final, everything looked pretty good, so we'll take it. Flaps and spoilers. Flight directors are already off. Landing lights off, taxi light on, turn off lights off. Strobe lights off. Weather radar off. TA and RA off. We'll just shut it off. There's nobody here. Reading traffic. BAe-146 Horizon 5514 clear of runway 16. Reading. Okay, we got flaps. Let's just double check here. Flaps and spoilers, flight directors, landing lights, taxi strobe, runway exit lights, continuous ignition off. I always forget that one. Weather radar and transponder. Yeah, we're good. Alright, terminal building is south of the tower, so that's going to be this fancy schmancy looking building here. Oh, I see somebody got it dead on. And it's not Med Dave. So that's a double entry. Alright, onto the ramp, taxi light off. Alright, parking brake is on. Master warning knob engaged. Oxygen systems can come off. Engine gens can come off. Pack number 2 can come off. Throttles to cut off.
Heading please, doors to manual and cross check.
Okay, make sure they all forward go in, and they did. Fasten seatbelt signs off. Pumps 1, 3, and 4 off. Screen and probe heats. Nice detection. Beacon light. Go over here to the tablet. Let's get some chocks. Let's get the doors. Let's get cargo. Let's do some deboarding. Let's jump up top. Yeah, so this is what I was talking about earlier. So the pumps are already off because the engines are off. But you notice we still have hydraulic pressure. That is exactly what this AC and PTU pump do. They keep hydraulic pressure in the system even if the pumps have completely failed. So as soon as you turn those off, all that pressure drops, right? So that's cool. That's exactly what those are for. Down the bottom, we can go ahead and we already put it in standby mode, but we can dial in 2000. Brake temps can, brake temp monitor can come off. Obviously, brakes are still cooling, but we're sitting here at the ramp, so not going to worry about that. We can go ahead and get the yaw damper off. A couple things. I'm skipping ahead to the shutdown by doing those two things there, but that's okay. Okay, let's look and see what our predictions looked like. We're going to start with my predictions in terms of the flight time and fuel estimates. Now, in terms of the flight time, I believe we got off more or less exactly as scheduled here for leg number 2. So we should be down at 11:29, and we're 5 minutes early. Love to see it. And then we should have almost 7,500 pounds left in the tank. We had 1,000 extra pounds on leg 1. Let's see how we did with leg number 2. What did I say we wanted? We wanted 70, almost 7,500. Oh my gosh, we got 10,000. So this plane is burning way less than I charted. I wonder if I wonder if there's been an update that has adjusted fuel consumption in these engines to make them more realistic or something like that. Because we had 900 extra, almost 1,000 extra pounds in leg 1. And we wound up with 2,800 extra pounds after the 2-leg flight. So I'm going to have to adjust my consumption numbers down to account for that. We're going to dial these back in. I guess some big update happened, and now the consumption numbers are way different. So we'll get that dialed back in, and we'll get back to better predictions there. Timing-wise, it worked out perfectly, though. Got to admit that. All right, so let's see. I told you, I gave you a little teaser. I said somebody was dead on with the landing rate. So we got a double entry coming up for somebody. Who is it? I also teased you, it's not Bed Dave. No, Strudel. Well, now wait a minute here. 3 bounces. I didn't feel like it was 3 bounces. I felt like it was a nice, gentle touchdown that stayed down. We'll have to go back to the replay on that one. Sometimes it will detect a slight skim and a skip as a bounce. I didn't think we had any of that. I felt like we were bleeding off energy just perfectly, holding a nice, steady flare attitude and settled it right in. So I don't know where this 3 bounce thing came from. But 135 is what registered. I mean, maybe it was slightly uneven pavement. I wasn't paying attention to that. But there you go, double entry for our friend Strudel. It'll detect running over a pebble on the runway and call it a bounce. I don't know, maybe. But I'll get you your 2 entries here. So where are we? We're at KRDD, Redding, Pennsylvania. Oh, I mean Redding, California. Redding is spelled reading, but Redding is spelled Redding. Yeah, I did not feel like we had any bound. I didn't feel like, and normally if there's just a slight skim and a skip because I overflare it, looking for the butter, and I start to rise up again and then settle in, I'll totally admit that. Like, I'm not going to, you know me, I'm honest about my performance. I'm always looking for the tiniest things. I think sometimes you guys think that I'm too hard on myself. I'm not hard on myself. I'm just, my philosophy is, the minute you as a pilot, and of course I know where this is all for pretend, right? We're not really doing this. Most of us do not do this in the real world, although a few of us do. But for me, like, I know, it's just for pretend, right? However, an aviation philosophy has always been, there is no point at which you are perfect. There is always something you could have done better. No matter how close to perfect a flight was, there is always something you can go back and say, well, it was pretty good, but next time I can do this better. So for this one, it was the intercept of that DME arc. I was paying attention. It was already down at 17. I was like, oh, crap, missed it. Everything after that I felt was good. I will totally call it out on myself if I overflare and we settle in and then, come back up a little bit and then settle down. I don't think that happened this time. I don't know why that thing detected 3 bounces. But I felt like we did pretty good in terms of both of our landings. Now, the approach into Seattle was atrocious until we got established on final the second time. Thereafter, I was happy with the stability of the approach, and I was happy with the quality of the touchdown. Same thing here. Happy with the stability of the approach, happy with the quality of the touchdown. So, anyway, whatever. I mean, it's always the whole thing with the landing stats is just a game anyway. The empirical evidence of how well or poorly did I execute the approach happened on the screen in real time, and I was pretty satisfied with both of them once we got established on it. Alright, so that'll wrap up. Let's go ahead and get the rest of the shutdown list done. Just a number of electrical things to shut off in the airplane. We can get the nav radios off, 1 and 2. We can get the DME off there. Let's go down to the center panel. We can shut off 1 and 2, 1 and 2. 1 and 2. We did the yaw damper, we did the brake temp monitor off. So we can jump up to the top panel. Brake fans can come off. Yaw damper and all the avionics masters can come off. Anti-skid can come off. The lift spoiler systems can come off. The logo lights can come off. Cabin emergency lights go from arm to off, and the no smoking signs can come off. Then down the bottom half. Oops. Oh, we didn't get down there. Bottom half. Okay, there we are. Bottom half, the galley switch goes to shed. Pack number 1 can come off. APU air can come off. The left inner fuel pump can come off. Oh, the APU itself can come off. Center tank transfer can be shut. APU gen can be turned off. That is down there. The flight deck emergency lights can go to off. Oh, we got Dave with the resub. That is a 10-month resub. Thank you so much, Dave. We appreciate your continued support of the channel. Guys, we talked about the landing rate raffle. We're going to draw that a week from tonight. Oh gosh, so much giveaway stuff going on a week from tonight. So yeah, David's subscription has reminded me I need to go over all that before we close up tonight. Let me finish up shutting the aircraft down, and we'll talk about all the exciting stuff happening a week from tonight in terms of giveaways. And by the way, it's the subscriptions and the cheer bits and the donations and the gift subs that fund all the prizes that we give away and all our fabulous giveaways. So thank you, Dave. Thank you, everybody else who continues to support the channel in terms of those financial contributions. Anyway, so we got what else we need to do? Bus ties. And standby inverter and generator. Nav lights can come off. And then the battery switches. And then we'll hop down here to the tablet. Boarding. Okay, well, let's just do an instant boarding. There we go. I fooled it. Stairs, cargo. Passenger doors closed. And then, of course, the chocks will go ahead and leave on. So, all right, very good. And then, yeah, that'll do it, right? All right, there we go. All right, friends. Well, thank you again for riding along with us, and we truly appreciate it. Hope you had a good one. Yeah, I know this isn't Horizon Air necessarily, but Horizon doesn't fly the BAe-146, so we just decided to steal a couple of routes from Alaska's regional carrier. We did Boise to Seattle, and then Seattle down here to Redding, California. And again, like I said, the approaches weren't joining the approaches weren't great in either case. But final approach was pretty well done in both cases, so overall very happy. Our slant artwork adventure is now closed for this evening, but for next time and beyond, when you come back to us, if you ever want to get on our slant artwork adventure, what we do is we take a one-sentence description into ChatGPT to have it make an image that's roughly relevant to what we're doing that night, and then throughout the night, you guys can then cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. That puts you in a queue, and once I call your name out of that queue, you can let me know what you'd like to do to add to that image or modify that image. And we say, a few words or a sentence, not a paragraph, a few words or a short sentence. So what you'd like to do to add to or modify our slant artwork adventure. So it's closed for tonight, so don't redeem any more points for tonight, but this is our closing image tonight. Again, the fictional livery of the Alaska Airlines BAe-146. Got the banner hanging off North to the Future, which I believe is an Alaskan state slogan. I don't know if it's the official motto of the state or just a marketing slogan that Alaska State uses. Of course, we got the Starbucks branding of the Space Needle. We got King Kong climbing up. He's fighting off some fighter jets there. And Godzilla stomping up the mountain over there, Mount Rainier. So there's our slant artwork adventure for the evening. And what we normally do with these, we'll post all these in our Discord server. But normally this will also become the thumbnail that we upload. When we upload this flight to YouTube, that'll normally become the thumbnail. So that's our slant artwork adventure. We'll get in on that action again when we start our next live stream. Giveaways. We got a ton of them, guys. We got a ton of them. So whenever we perform a landing on the stream, we get your predictions as to the descent rate upon touchdown. And whoever's closest gets an entry into our landing rate raffle. We pull a name out of that fishbowl once a month toward the end of the month. And the winner gets their choice of any item off of the Slant Alpha prize vault list. So this is the branded merch items, our Slant Alpha t-shirt, ball cap, coffee mug, or tote bag. If you don't want any of my stuff, you can choose an electronic gift card to Amazon or xplane.org store or simmarket.com. So we'll do that drawing a week from tonight, and that'll be when we do that. And all these guys that have been over the past month have been the closest predictor to each one of our landings. They're entered into that drawing. Whichever name comes out, they'll let me know which of these items they would like. If they choose a merch item, I'll ship that to you, my expense. And if you choose an electronic gift card, obviously we just shoot that to you in a Discord message or email or what have you. So that's that. That's giveaway number 1. Giveaway number 2 is also happening that night. The landings that we do on the 27th are going to get scored. You're going to get predictions to me for landing number 1, predictions to me for landing number 2. You're going to get a score of up to 500 points if you are, depending on how accurate your prediction is in terms of the descent rate. We're always going to compare to the feet per minute at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. If you get it dead on, we'll give you 500 points. If you get anything less than perfect, we'll give you 500 minus the difference. All right, so if you predict 150 and it's 250, we'll give you 400 points for that because of a 100-point difference, right? Over the course of the 2 landings, therefore, your possibility is out of 1,000 points of a perfect score. the top 3 who have top 3 point totals, you guys will get next week $50, $25, and $15 gift cards to either Amazon or Explain.org store or SynMarket.com. The reason we're doing that is because we've recently crested 2,000 subscribers to our YouTube channel. So, of course, we got, like, what is it, 4,800 on Twitch, I think? I can't remember the exact number on Twitch. But 2,000 subscribers to the YouTube channel as well, and so that's what we're celebrating on Friday the 27th, a week from tonight. So that's our second giveaway. The landings that night will count toward that giveaway. Normally they count to the landing rate raffle, which we will select the winner of for this month that night as well. The third exciting giveaway is that we will unveil, and we already kind of have unveiled, if you pay very, very close attention to our Discord, we kind of have unveiled. But next Friday, after next Friday's streams and giveaways and prizes, we will talk about our March Madness, our 4th annual bracket challenge. Again, information is already available in our Discord if you want to go check that out. But we will officially kick off the hype of getting everyone into that contest starting next Friday. By the way, if you do not have any interest in college basketball, you have never been in a college basketball bracket pool, you really don't know anything about the sport, you don't want to embarrass yourself by picking something that does horrendously, please read over the information I put in there. It's very much intended to be a friendly, casual contest for anyone of high knowledge or low knowledge. Guys, this tournament every year, year after year, proves the experts don't know what they're talking about. They talk a good game. Sometimes the tournament goes predictable, sometimes it goes really off the rails, and no one in the history of this tournament has ever gotten close. They've gotten, a couple guys have come somewhat close, but I don't think anyone's ever really nailed a 100% perfect bracket. But normally everyone's brackets are down in flames by the end of like the first round, maybe the second round. Sometimes they survive the first weekend, but not usually. So yeah, it's very common for everyone to think they've got the magic formula for picking teams, and for 90% of them to be, busted in flames by the end of the first weekend. It's cool, it's fine, we're all in the same boat. Even if you know nothing, I've got some information in that channel that can kind of help you get some reasonable picks in and have a decent chance anyway. Again, it's more luck than knowledge, honestly, every year. No, there's not a 21 limit. There's not a 21 plus limit because it's not gambling. There's no entry fee. That's the beautiful thing about it, Strudel. It's just another giveaway. Since I'm not asking for any kind of an entry fee, I'm not even asking for you to be a subscriber. I'm not asking for you to cash in any Twitch channel points on it. Anybody can enter. If you're a viewer of this live stream, anybody can enter that. So it's not gambling because you're not putting up any money. But yeah, please feel free to jump in on that, and it's all for fun, and there are some prizes for the top 3. The top 3 prizes are 50, 25, and 15 as well for that. However, the magic of that one is I play along. And even though I'm not eligible for the 50, 25, or 15 prize, what happens is if you finish in the top 3 and you beat my score, your prize doubles. So it could be as high as 150 and 30 for the top prizes in the tournament if all top 3 winners happen to beat my best bracket in the tournament as well. So yeah, so it's if any of you guys remember the TV game show called Win Ben Stein's Money that was back on Comedy Central, that served very much as the inspiration for this. So I'm not officially participating along with you guys. However, I am just for the bragging rights, as well as it has a stake in the final round. So yeah, that's how that works. And as much as I want to kick your all's butts every year, I don't. Sometimes I do well, sometimes I don't, just like anybody else. And if all top 3 prizes get doubled into 150 and 30, I'm fine with that. Honestly, I'm fine with that. So yep. So all kinds of fun stuff going on, and so next Friday will be the date that all that goes down. In between now and then, we still have our regular show schedule next week, and on Monday, actually, am I on all 3? Yeah, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday next week. Very good. So, Monday's stream going to be an interesting one, guys. A little bit something different. We've been chipping away at the 2 pilot passport challenges. We got one that's hosted by the Atlanta ARTCC and one that's hosted by the Honolulu Control Facility. Well, we're going to do Honolulu's, but they've got an interesting list that is that encompasses the island of Guam and the Mariana Islands all up and down next to Guam. I think it's Guam and Saipan, and the other there's a couple other strips along the Mariana Islands there. So we're going to go and do that set on Monday in the A2A Comanche. Now, don't ask me how I got the Comanche down there. I guess technically you could do it in a series of hops from island to island throughout the vastness of the Pacific. I'm not sure that'd be the safest thing to do, so we'll just say that we got the Comanche down there in a shipping container. But yeah, so that'll be a Monday stream, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, so that's going to be midnight Zulu, technically Tuesday morning for that one. And then Wednesday, Wednesday will be on the scopes. I don't know what position yet, Strudel. I don't think I know what position yet. I don't think they've announced Wednesday's event positions just yet, but I did put in for a position on Wednesday. Wednesday, Washington ARTCC is hosting an evening at Charlottesville and Charlottesville and Roanoke, I think, or Charlottesville and Richmond. Sorry, an evening at Charlottesville and Richmond. So I put in the Work James River sector for that, but don't know whether I'll be assigned that or a local position or somewhere else. But so it'll be the evening on the scopes on Wednesday next week. But anyway, Monday will be a fun one. Monday we'll be doing some island hopping in a very unfamiliar location, someplace I've never been on the sim before in my life, in 40 years of simming, and 15 now, coming up on 16 years in VATSIM. I have never been to Guam and the vicinity in the sim. So it'll be fun when A2A simulations, Piper Comanche, Guam and the Mariana Islands as part of the Hawaii Honolulu Control Facility Pilot Passport Challenge on Monday. All right, so we got lots of fun stuff coming up. Like I said, let's figure out who we're sending the raid over to. Jeffrey B. Looks like he's still kind of recovering from working LaGuardia Tower. He's got one airplane there on the ground, but I don't know how much longer he's staying. He's been broadcasting over 5 hours. He looks like he's just about had it. And he's got, like I said, one plane on the ground. It doesn't look like they've got a flight plan. So I don't know how much longer he's staying on, but we'll go ahead and shoot you over to him, to Jeffrey B, and let him finish up working LaGuardia Tower. And if he's finishing up, I'm sure he'll find someone to raid to keep you guys going for the rest of the evening. But anyway, say hi to Jeffrey B working LaGuardia Tower in the aftermath of the New York's Friday Night Ops event. And yeah, so we'll see you on Monday. All right. So let's get that raid going. All right. Well, thanks very much again for hanging with us, friends. Good service from all of the controllers in the Salt Lake and Seattle ARTCCs tonight. So thank you to all of you who we talked to this evening, and appreciate you. We will have a great weekend. See you back here in the cockpit of the A2A Simulations Piper Comanche from the island of Guam. In the meantime, guys, have a great start to your weekend. Have a great, fantastic Saturday, fantastic Sunday. We'll see you Monday, and be happy, healthy, and safe in all of your travels and adventures between now and then. Take care, friends. Tell Jeffrey B. Slant Alpha sends his love, and we'll talk to you soon.